Don't drag me down. Don't do it. Don't let it slow down. We'll be high. We'll be free. My neck hurts. There's no video games I want to play, no nothing. I'm bored. Oh, my back. Oh, yeah. Hope everybody's having a better night than me. Let's burn one. Shall we? Smoking on mine. But I'm just doing it by myself right now. People tell me when I stay on my they end up seeing me right as I get off and shit.
Yeah.
Then I stay on like an hour and nobody comes up. Nobody shows up. I don't know.
Do you make posts?
Like share it?
No, I mean like posts on
It posts it to people's feeds. You don't. I'm live on YouTube.
What if they miss the video or the live?
It stays. Yeah. Add a post like you're thinking unless you have a whole bunch of subscribers or something. Little part of my chest there.
Like the fall.
Out. Getting sweaty under the neck. I got too much beard coming back. Just sitting there smoking for the camera and listening to tunes. I've not got hit for these musics yet. They're supposedly royalty-free music.
Hopefully.
It says it's YouTube's library of music anyway, so anyway. It's hot in here to me. I'm like sweaty.
But most places are warm in my bedroom. My bedroom's not too far off from the outside.
Good. Good. Oh man, I got melted eye.
Yeah, that's right. I know why they're not fine.
I need to go to the weed store.
Yeah.
Probably like tomorrow. I probably got enough for tonight. I probably got about one more doobie of bud. I got all them roaches for me to smoke in my bag.
This whole week started to fall. Oh, I didn't even think about them going downstairs.
So, that's gonna be weird. So, the bottom of my arm is too white, huh? Compared to my shoulder, the bottom of my arm is way too white. That's funny shit. Oh God. Mm. Look, that's what's on the screen. That can be my background if I put. That can be my background if I had a green screen behind me. See, it goes away too quick. Stuff like that. Oh, I'm falling down the hole. Look how choppy it makes me. Switch it back to none so it stands again. If I go to. That was gross. Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
Maybe I won't lose all my zombies. Ow.
My scrolly pulley is skipping. My scrolly pulley is skipping. Tit?
Whenever you move around a lot.
No, it's not from me moving around.
It's just from loading the picture.
Yeah, I think it is from loading this picture. I think it probably smooth out like this, see? With a not green screen picture. Because that's, you put the whole picture on like that by having the green screen on with it completely opaque. Woo!
Do you think having the support pillars for this building being so is appropriate for a dungeon?
Yeah. Bow, 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 bow. All of these songs on here, they remind songs I know. Like this one reminds me of a Pink Floyd song.
Yeah.
It very much reminds me of a Pink Floyd song. Blues singing with it.
Yeah, I noticed.
That would have went perfectly with me. Oh,
I don't think I have the artistic skills.
what?
Build ribcage.
Oh, come on.
I need to figure out how to build one and then make a building out of it. Not make a building and try to build a ribcage around it.
Right.
That's what I was trying to do.
Boom, boom. Like this song should flow right into Welcome to Machine or something. Or Home Again. It should flow into Home, Home Again. Like to be there when I can. Warm my bones beside the fire. Let's see, it cuts off. Weird.
Yeah.
See what? I got it for right now. And it's back to that. That's a weird interlude, huh? That was not Pink Floyd.
What do you think of my building so far?
I like your police box.
I didn't build that one, unfortunately.
Who did?
I don't know. I just downloaded the map.
Oh, and it had the police box in it.
Yes, that's why I got this one.
That's why you got the map. Yep, look, it started glitching again as soon as I turned this back on. I wonder if it's glitching the audio.
Maybe.
Oh! Yeah. Oh! Yeah, yeah.
I don't know how many floors I'm gonna have. But I intend to go through most of the base. That one is gonna be a neat one. That one there. That's kind of cool.
Do 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 do.
That's what that was. I think I'll make this. People who cannot fly are not allowed to enter this tower, because that's going to be the only way to leave.
That's a picture I took. It's a little slightly blurry, but not bad.
Yeah.
That's because my tripod's too fucking flimsy. When the shutter clicks, it fucking wiggles the camera. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
I can't take it by pushing the button. You have to take it by using your phone to as a clicker, so you're not pushing on the camera or anything.
Yeah.
That's an awful happy song, huh?
So the first floor is horrible. She said piranhas, water. I originally put pufferfish in here, but they poisoned me. But that doesn't actually kill you. If you get poisoned,
Uh-huh.
it doesn't. It will bring me down to half a heart. But it won't kill me. So I just put drowned in it. Water zombies, basically. They're horrible.
I feel lumps of something in my hair. Lumps of hair in my hair.
Yeah.
Literally. I'm about ready to shave it off. It's getting too hot already for me. Quit stepping on the wire. Your heel was on it, you couldn't feel it.
They're separating the different floors
I can't-
right now.
I can't get myself to be interested in playing any video games.
The second floor is just regular zombies.
I want to sit and play the business all the time. What's wrong with you? Son? Something's up. I don't mind going outside and sitting in a wicket my own and growing out there. I wish it would hurry up so I could get a harvest. But you know what I mean? I think maybe if I bought some autoflower seeds, I might get a harvest like halfway through as well. If you started with autoflowers in the early spring, and then in the mid-spring planted the regular ones, by the middle of the summer your autoflower should be flowered up, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean. While your photo period ones finish up in November, October, November, October.
So the third floor will be skeletons.
You're making a creep house or what?
I'm making a dungeon.
A dungeon.
A tower dungeon.
It's a creep house. You're making a creep house. If you're putting spawnies all over the place.
There's a spawner in every floor.
Likes
There's 3 floors so far. The 4th one's gonna have spiders.
to play the Minecraft. If anybody out there wants to play Minecraft with her, hit me up.
You have no idea how long these stupid walls take. They use 3 different kinds of bricks. Stone bricks. Regular stone bricks. Cracked stone bricks. And mossy stone bricks. You have to sit and do a random every layer. It's kind of random. It's never not.
When you only have 3, you can't help but have some patterns show up. That's actually a pretty good moon picture to put up there like that.
Yeah, that's pretty. It's a good thing they're putting dirt in between all the letters. The mobs just want to go downstairs constantly.
What it is they're willing to go down, but they're not willing to climb back up.
Yeah.
That's what it is. If they would go up or down randomly, they could let them all intermingle all over the house.
They would all just congregate at the bottom floor if they could.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Spiders are the very opposite of that. They would prefer to congregate at the top. And the issue with that is they could just climb down the side of the tower. And they don't burn in daylight. They just become passive. Unless, of course, you hit them.
Haley, Kenya added me to a group. Man, fucking people spamming on Instagram. Yeah. Coral Reefer posted Stony Sunday today. Been a long time since I've watched a Stony Sunday. I wish I would have had it live. This reminds me of the song Jesse's Girl. Too many of these songs sound like instrumentals of old rock songs to me.
That makes sense.
Alright, my daughter sat here and smoked my weed. She needs to get on home now. Give me a kiss. Go home. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. I gotta go to town. Come over and make me get up early.
Okay.
I have to be in town. I have to be in town tomorrow. I got business to do, so help me. I have to be on Bell Road at noon for sure. Ask Papa if he needs me tomorrow too. See if that's tomorrow. If his surgery is tomorrow. It's some decent music, but it sounds like old songs ripped off into instrumental form almost to me. Little sister, don't you? It's almost like Dwight Yoakam, isn't it? Is that what you did? Little sister, don't you do what your big sister done? Boom ba doom bim ba doom boom ba ding ding ba doom boom. Tick tick tock.
The surgery is on the 25th.
Okay. Good night, I love you. Oh. Welcome to my meditation video. I'd like y'all to join me in meditation. Find your most comfortable position. Leaning back in your easy chair, laying on the floor, even if that's where you're comfortable, lay flat. Sit up in a chair, put your hands on your thighs, and take an upright posture if that's what you need to do. Do your yoga lotus pose if that's what you want. Start with just some plain deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth. Now what I want you to do is while you're breathing in through your nose, I want you to picture there's a golden spiral that brings the positive energy right into the tip of your nose as you take your inhale. And as you exhale, I want you to see that gray cloud of negative energy just flowing out from you and going out into the world away from you. I want you to keep doing that with the golden spiral in, gray cloud out. It's okay to let your mind wander. Just when you realize it is wandering, bring it back to the thought of your breathing and the picture of the golden spiral coming into you. And the negativity flowing out. Welcome back from my meditation. How's it going, Jesse? How's it going, Gone Thrifting? I'm about to smoke my last little bit of fresh bud, and then I'm stuck with roaches till tomorrow. Hell yeah. I like my meditations. I don't mind sharing them with people. I'll meditate in a group. Good evening, Gone Thrifting. This song's gotten a little excitable. If you want to come up, you're welcome to. Yeah, they copyright free YouTube songs, but I swear they sound like old rock songs ripped off and made into just instrumentals. That's what they sound like to me. Oh man, that ain't a doobie's worth. I screwed myself. I smoked a whole big one with my daughter. I enjoy this playlist. It's a playlist that I went and found called Royalty Free Music, and the playlist is just called RFM, Royalty Free Music, or something like that. Maybe the channel name RFM, and the playlist is rock. So yeah, it's the people who put the music in the YouTube. What the fuck? Whatever it's called. YouTube Studio. God damn, I'm getting bad in my old age. There's free music that's in a catalog inside YouTube Music, inside that studio, YouTube Studio. That's where I've always gotten my music, and I've never gotten a strike on any of it. But it's literally from YouTube's own catalog of music. And most of them are just instrumental. So you don't mind talking in front of them. Oh my God, I hate that. Every time I go to roll a doobie, my mustache hair turns up and starts tickling my nose. This is going to be a freaking pinner. A freaking pinner. This reminds me of that song Firestarter. Yeah, well, now it don't. It did for the bass. Like the chord progression of the bass. This sounds like something you'd hear in a Japanese cartoon. A really soft, high-pitched girl's voice singing in half Japanese, half English. At the end of what do they call the manga cartoons? Oh, fuck. Manga's the comic books. The cartoons are anime. Oh shit, Jesse, how long have you been sitting there?
Forever. Cheers, man. How you doing?
Couldn't hear you.
Oh, I said I've been back there forever. Can you hear me now? Let's see. Can you hear me now?
Turn the music all the way off.
Can you just not hear me? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Now there's an echo. I can hear myself back.
Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah, I didn't even pack the bowl yet. I was fucking around.
Yeah,
How you doing tonight, man?
I'm all right. Got a little stressed out over fucking chatting in another video.
Which one? I saw someone went live, but I missed it.
Heavies. Yeah.
No, what I miss? What did I miss this time? It's always the good shit.
He got us started talking on political bullshit.
Of course.
And not just, it's just, I don't want to talk about it on here. That's why I was meditating when you showed up.
I understand, though. As soon as politics come up, people get crazy. Someone else just brought it up to me how he lost 2 friends on his Facebook. Like, even one of them was like a family member because he was sharing posts about Trump and shit about the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
You know? People were getting pissed and they were like getting mad at him. And he was like, well, if you don't like it, just unfriend me. So he started losing friends because of it.
Yeah. There, I got it fixed. We can listen, and I think I got it fixed. Yep.
I do have one major opinion about Hamilton, though. I don't understand how a Canadian can have so many opinions about American government. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I love Hamilton, but why the hell? I don't understand why he wants to talk American politics all the time, you know?
I know it. It divides the cannabis community every time.
Yeah. It divides everybody every time they talk about it, you know?
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. In the chat, there's so many topics that can bring others together. That's for real.
Yeah, well, yeah, gone thrifting. That's it. You go find your political people you want to talk with because you go find them to work with and make things happen. Other than that, you leave the politics out of it and you have beers.
Yeah, I was raised in a time where I was told that it was secret. Like, when they go and vote, it's a secret and they don't tell nobody who they vote for.
Right.
I always wanted to know, though. Damn it, just tell me. It was so funny. For years and years, my mom would not tell me who she voted for.
Yeah, no shit. When there's so many topics that can bring others together. I agree with that.
A damn bird.
He loves me. He's jealous.
Yeah, that bird is pretty, though.
Yeah.
I don't think I saw the other one.
The other one is timid. I like your new smiley.
Hey, thanks.
I got a smiley that's the on a mask.
Oh.
It's the thinking smiley with the hand on the chin like this.
Oh, cool. That's what's up. I like that one. My favorite one is the guy with the monocle.
Yeah.
You know, the weirdest thing happened today. I bought something at the store, you know. It was supposed to be on sale. That's the only reason I bought it, because it was on sale, you know. It's this weird, like, Jell-O that you can put dirt on and add little gummy worms in. You know, like little cups. Dirt cups, right? And it's a whole kit. And I bought all 3 of them because they were on sale. And then we go down the road and I figure out that they didn't ring up right. So I had to go all the way back. And I found out that because it didn't ring up right, that there's like some weird law that gives me money back. on top of the money they owe me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was super strange.
That's weird. Yeah.
They gave me $5 extra on top of the $3 back that I was supposed to get.
That's trippy.
Yeah, nuts. So something I paid about $6 for, you know.
Get
I got
almost all of
$8
it back.
back. Yeah, I got more than all of it back. That's what I'm saying. Like, weird. That's what I want to look into tonight. Some point, look into what the hell that law is and why the hell I got $5 back. Because that was weird. Cool though.
I got Mary Jane roll-on that I use on the back of my neck.
I've heard
It's
people like that.
It's full spectrum. It's got THC and all of it in it.
That's what's up. Yeah, I got a cousin that uses that kind of stuff on her like knees and joints and stuff.
Yeah, it's good on all of my. I use it on my lower back too, and wherever I'm hurting the worst at. And the roll on makes for a nice little hard pushing massage for a minute. I kind of hurt myself with it, I think.
Well, yeah, I came in here and saw you meditating, and I was like, what the hell? I've never seen him do this. So I instantly sent the link to a couple of my friends. I was like, look at Bugsy right now. He's meditating.
That's funny. No, I do use meditation.
Yeah, that's good. It works.
Part of what gets me through the pain issues.
Oh yeah.
I got some bad pain issues.
I probably should meditate more, but music takes me away to that zone, you know.
Yeah. Well, I like listening to it while I'm meditating.
Yeah. Yeah, you were talking about the free music. That's a lot of the music I get too.
Yeah.
They keep adding more too all the time. You know, I watch people unbox those unbox videos, like where people buy those big pallets and open them up and show you what they get.
Yeah. Or like Storage Wars. You ever watch Storage Wars?
Oh yeah.
People get to bid on a storage unit.
Oh yeah. People do it on YouTube too. They go around and bid on storage lockers and show it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
Some of it you waste your money, and sometimes you fucking get the hit, man. Get one full of guns or something. Whenever they get the ones full of guns, they always got to be checked by the law before they can take them and sell them or whatever. Because they're like the guys that do that show.
Yeah.
They like turn it straight over to pawn shop stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe a lot of those shows look set up. Like a lot of those fucking buildings probably like stick two units together and it's just a bunch of random shit, you know? Because it just seems odd. Like a lot of them are just thrown together like garbage. Or they're packed all the way to the top brim, you know?
Yeah.
I prefer yard sales where I could just touch everything, look through all this cool stuff. And now you just can't even do that anymore either. Like I already felt weird when I went to thrift stores, you know?
Yeah.
I surely don't feel comfortable doing that anymore.
We could probably get some fucking cool shit for cheap.
Oh yeah, they have all kinds of different pallets too. Like a lot of people get customer return pallets that have everything. It'll be a mixture of anything. You could get one with all appliances or all shoes, all kinds of weird shit.
Gone thrifting. I'm not personally a dumpster diver, but I know a lot of them.
Oh yeah, I like doing it for new shit. Or like a piece
Yeah.
of furniture, like a side table. I like that. A side table.
Well, if it's a
On the
cool
side of the
side
road.
table and someone's throwing it out on the side of the road, I'll
Yeah.
pick it.
Yeah, that's what I like doing. That seems safe to me. A little side table.
A lamp.
Yeah. Like I found these plastic storage containers that have the little drawers on them. You know, they were perfect condition. They just had to be cleaned up. You know, and they
Yeah.
came back to brand new. So I was like, hell yeah. I like free stuff.
Yeah, me too. My brother comes across some pretty strange stuff.
Like, what's the strangest thing?
I don't know. He comes home with some pretty cool old ashtrays that are like ceramic ashtrays from like casinos and shit, like from years gone by and shit.
Oh yeah, that's that cool shit.
Yeah.
Gosh, there's something that I really want, and it's like a metal cigarette case, and it slides, so it's got like a top and a bottom, and they go together. You know, they slide together, and it's old as hell. It's at least a good 60 years old, 70 years old or something. You know, it's got to be a good amount of years old because it was my grandmother's. My mom had it, and you know, passed down, and she had it. And someone broke into her car in the parking lot of a store and took her cigarettes with the case. So to this day, I've always thought about this silver case. You know, I probably wouldn't remember the specific exact one, but I know what it would look like, you know. It had like rounded edges and it was just weird. Never forget something like that.
High-end dry dumpsters.
For real. Find all the good shit.
See, like if you found one, if you went to behind Yankee Candle here, that shit would be melted. If you found any candles,
Yeah.
they would just be globs of fucking wax.
See, what you gotta do is figure out when they put the shit out, and then you can just go get it right away.
Yeah.
You'd have to have the down low info, though. The inside info. Yeah, I don't really dumpster dive. I've done it once, and that's because my friend, like, she just really wanted to one day. And the weird bitch is obsessed with Goodwill. Of all the stores, yeah, of all the stores, she likes Goodwill, and she drugged me to the damn Goodwill dumpster. And it was completely, it was packed full of all kinds of stuff that they just didn't sell, you know? They just threw out all the shit that they couldn't sell.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
I
they'll
didn't really,
receive it all and then throw away the shit they're not going to sell.
and it was like brand new shoes in there, man. It was a bunch of brand new stuff. She got a Vicks vaporizer, like, thing to help you breathe, you know, like a humidifier thing.
Nebulizer.
Yeah. Something like that. It's like, I think it's like a humidifier that blows off little steam shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, just there was weird stuff. And a lot of it was brand new and holiday stuff, like Christmas stuff. And it didn't make any sense why it'd be out there, you know? A whole dumpster full of stuff.
Because they take so much shit in that they can't fucking fit it in their store.
Yeah, the store shelves always look like shit, though. And there's like all kinds of empty shelves, too. It's weird.
That is weird.
I don't know. Goodwills are some of the biggest stores, too. And I don't think they utilize their floor space.
I know the ones here are chicken crowded.
Oh, yeah. It's always like that. They got good coupons at Goodwill, that's why. The good deals on the tags, and you can get coupons on the
they cram the shit in too, though. I mean, it's like tight space.
Oh, yeah.
But like we got like big fancy one up right up the road up here in the retirement community because they don't sell nothing that ain't fucking spick and span to the retirement community. You know, nothing goes in there that ain't fucking tits. It all goes off to the other Goodwills around the city that what they consider ghettos.
Gosh, I can feel the cold air coming in the windows, man. It's so weird.
I was overheating, and that's why I'm sitting here right now with no shirt on. I was literally overheating a little while ago.
And I'm over here almost shivering.
I got my bare feet touching the tile floor, trying to cool myself down.
Yeah, I remember you last summer. You were like fucking spraying yourself with water and shit.
Oh yeah, I always do all summer long.
Oh man, have you ever seen those Goodwill? It's like a whole. What is it even called? The Goodwill bins, I think. It's like a whole warehouse of giant bins, and they separate and sort everything, and they put it out there. And you can
Just
buy
send it out to the stores.
And you buy it. You go in there and thrift through every bin and buy shit by the pound.
Oh wow.
Yeah, instead of per item, it's by the pound, and everything is priced differently according on what kind of item it is.
Right. It by which bin it comes out of.
Yeah, basically like clothing.
Sorted,
yeah, all the different items. Yeah.
Like red tags, so much a pound. Blue tags, so much a pound.
Pretty much, I would say it's like that. It's just all sectioned off to different sections. And it's just all kinds of random shit. Just all kinds of random ass shit thrown in these bins. But it's weird. People go crazy on it. If you look it up, there's a shit ton of YouTubes on it. The Goodwill bins. And people go nuts. Because they have to stand back. And you have to wait for the people to put all the bins out. And then they say go. And everybody like goes off. It's weird.
It's like fucking what do they
like
call
war.
that? Black Friday every day.
Yeah.
It's like Black Friday.
Yep. And they get mad if you step over the line. It's weird.
Oh no. I went into a Walmart once on a Black Friday, and I fucking was standing there waiting to try and get a video game that one of the kids wanted. My brother-in-law, he says, "Will you go stand over there and see if you can do it?" And I'm all, "Yeah." And when the people mashed forward, I just like stepped back and walked away from them. I was like, no, I ain't fucking around. An old guy got beat up by the cops. They smashed him to the ground because he tucked the video game into his pants so he could scoop his granddaughter up and get her up out of the crowd. They thought he was tucking it in the pants to steal, so the cops fucking smashed him.
Nuts.
He was just trying to get his granddaughter up and out of the crowd.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have been trying to steal it. I don't know. He could, I don't know old man's intentions, but he was an old man.
Yeah.
Like carrying his cane, he couldn't use it in the crowd, so he was carrying it,
Yeah. I would imagine if it was that crazy, it would be a safety thing for sure.
I never went back on a Black Friday like that ever again. It was bizarre. You know what? There was one part that was kind of cool. My brother-in-law told me, "You stand over there by the cart. I'm going to go get one of them vacuum cleaners. I want you to be ready to catch it." And the motherfucker grabbed one of them vacuum cleaners and went, "Boom!" And it fucking flew right at my head. I had a motherfucker, or I'd have been knocked silly.
Damn. Fucking nuts.
Yeah, my brother-in-law is a big dude. He could chuck a vacuum cleaner at you pretty hard.
Why the hell's he chucking vacuum cleaners?
Because he wanted one on the Black Friday Christmas sale. And
Gotcha.
so instead of trying to drag it out of the big smash, he just threw it out to me and I put it in the cart.
That is funny. I know I saw people go nuts like that over toilet paper.
That's crazy.
It was so weird. The one time I did go Black Friday though, it was we just went to go see what it was like, what people are gonna act like. You know, we weren't even shopping for nothing. You know, let's see if any deals happen. But we weren't really, you know, we
If
didn't
we're
plan it.
relaxing and a deal happens, we can take advantage of it, maybe.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
but
People were really rude though. There was a ton of people packed and they were just pushing their way through and didn't give a damn. Like they were super rude. That's what I noticed.
yeah. No,
That's
one time we went the next year, instead of going to the midnight rush, we just went at like 3 in the morning and checked out to see if there was anything worth getting left.
Yeah.
They found shit to get still. I would say it was much more enjoyable experience going at 3 in the morning rather than at midnight.
Yeah. It would be reckless. I've never been that kind of person to be first though, you know, like I would not stand in line for concert tickets or nothing like that, you know. It's not for me.
You know, we never in line for. We usually the concert tickets were like at a. There was a store front where we could go buy our concert tickets, and you just walk in and like you're buying lottery tickets in Circle K. You go in that store and you buy your concert tickets. That was a. It was called Dave Pratt's Ticket to Rock. He was one of the radio DJs here in town. And excuse me, he sold concert tickets out of that storefront for the concerts that were on the radio station. He worked, you know, the bands advertised on the radio station on he worked for.
Right.
I bought Metallica tickets at his storefront.
Yeah, I've never actually even been to a concert.
Really?
Yep, never. My ears are fucked up anyway, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't imagine it would be very good for it.
They are loud, but you can go to some that are small and intimate and pretty enjoyable.
I don't like that you can't smoke and drink there either, you know? Like you could, but then you possibly could get kicked out too.
Well, see, I think what they're going to do is they're going to go to having like small, intimate concerts in the parks where they sell like the tables where you and your friends can get a table, but it's separated, you know? It's socially distanced from all the other tables.
Yeah.
But outdoor, socially distanced tables. We go to that model for a while, ain't nobody going to get. I mean, everybody put a mask on. Everybody stay how far apart you're supposed to stay. They won't fucking jump our asses for it.
Right?
They'll let us do something, you know? I'm not tired of sitting at fucking home.
That's what I'm saying. I really think they're going to try and change everything in society. Like, they already proved that they could force most Americans to wear a mask everywhere they go. So now I think it's going to be weird to see what happens next.
I think wearing masks is beneficial for stopping the spread of any disease.
Definitely.
It may not stop you from catching it, but if you end up with it, it'll stop you from spewing coughs into the air for other people to breathe in.
Yeah. I actually caught a few people not wearing them today. The store was letting people not wear them. It was fucked. Like, one lady came in with her, like, it was probably a 16-year-old who had a mask on, and the mother did not wear one.
Oh God!
Like, what the hell?
I bet you the 16-year-old was embarrassed.
Oh, yeah, she was on her phone trying to act like it wasn't her mother.
You know, I got both sides of the spectrum in my family, and it's weird, stressful. It's like the conversation that we had on Hammy's today. It's like, I don't need to talk about whether someone likes Biden or whether someone likes Trump. As long as I don't be giving Saudis fucking weapons, I don't think we need to be completely financing Israel's Iron Dome.
And
We don't, you know what I mean? There's
when
we
he
don't
was
have
talking,
the basics.
was he saying that like it was like something he really wanted, or was he trying to like joke around?
Who, Hammy?
Yeah.
Oh
You know what
no,
I'm saying?
his discussion was, I don't know. It was just a weird discussion, and it got out of hand. It just got stressful. It's ended all right. Me and Hammy's all cool,
Gotcha.
but the whole thing got stressful, and I kind of hollered at a couple people in the chat and called them ignorant and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Oops.
I shouldn't have done that.
Did you apologize too?
No, I'm not really.
Well, don't yell at me about it, Bugsy. Jeez.
No, I would rather yell at you. I just said not really.
Just kidding.
No, it's not. I did feel that they were being completely ignorant, though. I felt completely
yeah.
justified in the statement.
Yeah, I can't even listen to that political shit. It like blows my mind that people get so crazy about it. People walk out, unsubscribe, move on, and stop being friends with people over politics. Accidentally pushing on the screen. Wake up, Gone Thrifting. Yep, I'm stoned. I just ate a bunch of fudge. It's Snickers.
Right on.
Snickers. It's so good.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I like the music you picked. That you be playing. It's really hard to find it. The question is, how do you get it to play continuously?
You go into the list and then pick one, and it plays the playlist.
Huh.
Starts playing the playlist right where you clicked it, and you can put it on a shuffle, and you can put it on repeat, so it never runs out. But this playlist has 110 songs.
Yeah, mine didn't have any volume control on the music, and it was really loud. Like they said, it was really loud when I screen shared it through. They tried saying it was like overpowering for my voice, and there was no way for me to turn that just the music down. You know?
Right. This I turn the music down because it's playing through YouTube. It's coming out my speakers and being picked up in the same microphone as my voice.
Right. Yeah, that's why I ended up having to download songs and put it into video form. to replay them in the background. Because people were really like bothered with how loud it was. I don't know, when you screen share it, I guess. Sounds fine on your end though.
Right there is the what was at the top of the playlist page.
Yep. Yeah, they got all kinds of genres and all kinds of shit.
You can get pop. You can get like indie pop, all kinds of shit.
Oh yeah. I download a lot of like hip hop and weird shit. A lot of weird ones. That's what I need to do is make more, but I just keep fucking around.
I know that this is playing like the same fucking 10 songs, and there says there's 110 songs.
So undo the shuffle and just make it play straight. And
Yeah.
like scroll down and start a different one, you know?
Yeah.
Cheers, y'all. I did a lot of cleaning today. Got a lot done today, though.
Right on.
And we got to see somebody get super triggered today. It was amazing. And we still don't know why he got mad. Like, he literally got up there and was like calling a dude a coward and like, fuck you, dude. You're not going to do nothing. You just pick fights with everybody and you're just a pussy. And like the dude, like that, he said that type of stuff, but he was screaming at the top of his lungs. Like, he was so mad. And the other guy was like, he didn't know what to say. It was the first time he was speechless. The first time that motherfucker got speechless. And like the most triggered we've ever seen that guy get. Like, he's really mellow. He never gets mad. Like, he never even really gets loud. So for him to get that mad at his friend, like, this is someone he's supposed to be friends with in the same little group, you know?
Yeah.
He like turned on him hardcore and went ballistic.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was nuts.
What were they talking about? Politics?
No, just like the community drama stuff that they all do, you know.
Why do they gotta have drama without talking politics? What the fuck drama is there?
Well, it's a whole community of drama.
You can get drama out of it, you know.
Well, I'm sure you might have sat back and heard some of my chats before when they got crazy as hell with a bunch of different people in there.
Couple times, yeah.
There's always some kind of drama.
Got crazier than I would have sat through sometimes, I think.
Oh yeah, I put up with a lot of shit over there, but it gets crazy. There's probably at least like probably a good 10 different chat rooms that everybody swings between, you know.
Yeah.
There's a good 50 to 100 people that are like solid that like if it gets really crazy, there's going to be 50 to 100 people watching a show because these people are just that dramatic. Yeah. And it's mostly just people watching like that, you know, a lot of them don't type. And when they do, it's trolls, you know, like it's reckless like that. It's crazy. It's so funny too, because the people will troll and then they'll get right up there and say they didn't do it. It's like, what the hell? It's so funny. I just don't get it. To me, it's just stupid. Like, if I got something to say, I just say it with my name, you know?
Yeah. That being said, I would like to apologize to anyone who's listening who I hollered at this afternoon. It off. I'm just laughing the stress out.
Right? It was definitely like a nervous laugh. I get it. It's hard to apologize for things that, you know, you gotta apologize for. It's part of life.
Especially when you want to not mean it.
Yeah.
Oh, you understand what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
But I do mean it. I might want to not mean it, but I do mean it.
Yeah, like you mean it for the
I don't want
situation,
anybody-
but you don't want to hurt their feelings. Yeah.
Right.
I get it for sure. That's why I try not to talk politics, though, because a lot of people fucking get crazy. They'll go ballistic over politics.
Yeah.
But I'm also a firm believer in if a situation happens that you should apologize where that situation happened, you know?
Yeah, I am going to go on Hammy's and say sorry for it too. I mean, by the way we talked, I'm sure Hammy knows, and
Oh, yeah.
I didn't do nothing towards him. We were all good at the end of the stream.
Right.
But
yeah, I'm sure it's all good. It's just politics, man. Really, though, no matter how stressed out you get about it, what can you do to change it, you know?
yeah,
People think what they think, and you know what you know.
and nobody knows anything for sure
Exactly.
as far as us, the people out here on the street.
Exactly. I think that's interesting, too, how the people at the top have probably never really known what it's fucking like. You know, there's a lot of them who've never fucking known, and they would
No.
never get it, you know?
They've never had to eat bologna a day in their life, much
Right.
less go hungry.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I ate that shit as a kid and couldn't even eat it when I was, like, in my 20s, you know?
How long you been there? I've been bad about ignoring.
Hello? No, I just came up. Just came up.
Cool.
Yeah, he left me back there for a couple minutes.
How y'all doing?
How
I'm gonna
you
grab
doing?
you a soda pop right quick, guys.
All right. I'm doing.
Oh.
I'm surprised you
Fix it.
joined us.
Fixing to pack another bowl.
I know, I just packed another bowl. It just sparked it, so cheers.
Years.
Woo.
I was like away for a second, so I don't know what we were talking about.
Do you want him to call you Helena?
You can call me whatever. Helena, Azel, whatever.
Yeah, because this is
Whatever's
Azel.
Yeah. I
If you
frequent
didn't know.
face on Jesse's channel. And I've appeared on Hamilton's and Blake's and a couple other common panels that I think, but I think I've been on Pat's before one time back in the day. Oh no. Kyle's.
He would know us from Hamilton's, though.
Yeah, I think that's the place that he would know me from. Hamilton's or your place.
Yep. How fucked up are you now?
I'm actually kind of drunk, but not like unreasonably drunk because I've been pacing myself.
That's too funny.
I was also like reading an article while I was drinking, so like there was a fair amount of thinking going on, and so you
Too much brain work.
yeah, you can only get so shitty.
I can't. I get too stoned and I'm like, bitch, I don't even want to. Can't.
I have like a stockpile of shit that I've been meaning to read. So, you know, there's lulls throughout your day. Some people pick those lulls to like Candy Crush. I just grab an article off that list, read it real quick.
Yeah, Candy Crush or Bubble Pop.
And
I put all my articles in a bunch of tabs, and then I'll go through once, reading one after the other.
yeah, I'm kind of like that too. Like I'll mean to read something then, but I'll have to bookmark it and go back to it, or put it all on the list.
Yeah, I make a whole note list and just copy and paste the links. Go back to them.
Yep.
I got to get this damn sweater, man. I'll be right back.
I
I've
hate it. It's
been
that cold over there.
overheating.
What are the temperatures like right now for you, Bugsy?
We're 54 degrees outdoors right now.
Oh, nice, nice. I think
Yeah.
we're in the 60s last I checked, but that was about an hour and a half ago. I'm in Georgia, so we stay pretty warm here.
Yeah. Up in the Northeast, they're getting dumped some more snow.
I heard that. I heard there's another system moving through. It's going to hit a lot of the places that were hard hit this past week.
Yeah. They're
Where
just
we
going to
are,
dump everyone, yeah.
where
What's
we are,
hitting
that snow
places?
moved through all the Midwest, and it kind of died out just before it got to us. Like even Alabama got a little bit, Tennessee got a little bit, but Georgia didn't really see anything. And that's kind of how it always is. Usually, if we're going to have like a stifling cold, it does not coincide with the moisture. Like we have moisture and it's rainy. It's warm enough for it to be rainy. And then if it's going to get cold, before that cold turns into snow, that cold like dries out our atmosphere. Like it gets so dry here right before the cold. And so we very rarely have snow. We'll have a lot of cold, rainy events, and then the rain will stop right before the temperature drops enough for there to be snow. So it's not often we see it here. But I heard that a lot of the places that were hard hit this past week are fixing to see another couple inches of freezing rain or snow.
Wow. Yeah, 3-4 weeks ago, we got a pretty cold rain and some sleet and some snow up in our mountains. But it's feeling like springtime here.
Yeah.
Spring is coming on.
I have a creek on my property, and I don't know how other people measure spring, but like the way that I usually measure spring is we have bulbed flowers that sprout whenever spring happens. We have cherry blossom trees, and we have frogs. So like when the frogs come out and the daffodils and the narcissus spring up, the damn cherry blossoms start to pop. Spring is here. I don't care how nobody feels about it. Spring is here. So
Yeah.
I've had my first daffodil in the garden. Narcissus is fixing to sprout. I hear frogs already. I have not seen cherry blossoms yet, but I got a cherry blossom tree in my yard, so I'm waiting to see some buds on it pop. And I know spring is here.
Yep.
And I don't know how the pollen season is for a lot of places across the country, but here it happens very early in the year. So it's between late February and the beginning of April that we have our hardest pollen fall. And we have the whole spread of it, like all the bad stuff. And then the last of it is the pine, which is like the heavy, bright yellow stuff. But the stuff that's hard on your respiratory tract happens here in late February, early March, mid-March, really. And then that's when all the flowering trees have bloomed. And so that's fixing to happen. Fixing to happen for us. I'm excited. You're still in the damn snow. I haven't seen snow all summer. I'm ready for warm. I can't imagine how you feel, Josie.
Cold.
Girl, listening to your winter this year has been like earth shaking for me. I get it's like profound. I didn't really understand how much snow you dealt with.
Oh yeah, and that yeah, oh yeah, and that's just a little bit. Like back in the day, it used to like snow through the whole season. That much snow all the time. You know, nowadays it's like not snowing as much. You know, it's weird. Right. It's just weird. Like one year, a couple years ago, we did not have snow on Christmas at all. It felt like springtime out there. You know, it was weird.
So foreign a concept to me. Like
freezes here in several years. We used to get like we'd have to go out in the morning and bust up the ice on the top of the horse trough with a big bam bam busted up so the horses could drink. Now we don't. The dog water doesn't even get a crust of ice on it. It doesn't freeze.
That's nuts.
That's so crazy. I remember. So you just said that like you had a Christmas where it wasn't white, and that was like shaking for you. Okay, girl, I have never had a white Christmas. Like I can't tell you how many times I've heard that song and never seen a white Christmas.
2 years ago, there was snow on Halloween. So how does
That's
that
so wild.
happen? The year
Yeah.
before there was no snow on Christmas, and then it's snow on Halloween. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was like snow and rain too. It was fucked up weather.
Where we are, Halloween night is the marker usually for when cool weather begins. So we can have a very chilly Halloween night or a very balmy, warm Halloween night. But it's usually Halloween night is about the beginning of cool weather for
Yeah.
us. It's about the time to break out your lightest hoodie.
Yeah. It's about the
That's
same here.
Baby,
It,
will you check on
and it
Grady's
used to
Chica?
be like that. It used to be like that around here. In the past few years, it's cold as hell by fucking October.
Yeah, here, October is about the time to break out your coat. And if we're lucky, like on a good year, it'll be cold on Halloween. Everyone wants it to be cold on Halloween because have you ever been in face paint and a flop sweat?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's
It
hot as
is
hell.
it is not what's up. Also, here in the South, they take haunts very seriously. Like we didn't have any because everything was COVID closed this year. But Halloween haunts are taken very seriously, like haunted trails, haunted
Yes.
buildings, haunted tours. Um, uh, I don't know like what y'all have going on, but here we have all the thingies. And so in the month of October and really in the beginning of November too, because they still go on through the beginning of November, we are trying to do all the haunts. And a lot of times you do those in costume and you just don't want 100 degrees outside. And sometimes you get it. I did
Right.
I did one year and it had this attraction that was called the basement, but essentially it was you were on a belly you belly crawled through a maze, like a maze that was like underneath a barn in a house. Okay. And it was like moving through the ductwork of an air conditioning unit. Like that was about how much space you had. You had to, before they let you go in the maze, you had to fit inside of a certain box. If you couldn't fit in that box, you couldn't go through the maze because you weren't gonna be able to pass all the different areas in the maze. And it was like 98 degrees outside. There was no ventilation in this thing. And you're in it for 38 minutes at least. And
God.
I did it because I take haunts seriously. Like I'm trying to have all the experiences. My wife did it too, but she had like a conniption and they had to open up the maze and let her out of it. They'd like stop everyone moving through the maze and like open up the section she was in and let her out because she was freaking out. I did the whole thing like a champ. I wanted to do it again.
We have a place called Fear Farm. It has like 5 haunted houses and then a great big corn maze.
Yeah. So we have places like that, corn mazes and then a couple haunted trails and like haunted house walkthroughs. But usually when they do it, they have a few themed things. So like it's like they'll have one that's themed this, like angry redneck or angry redneck or something, and then one that's like zombie themed,
Slasher.
One that's like slasher. So you can pick like the theme you want to go through, and then also
the last one I went to was like
the one that truly terrifies you.
The last one I went to was like a fucking mental hospital. So it was all kinds of psycho patients inside.
Yes.
People were wearing all black and hiding in the curtains and the walls. And someone actually grabbed my butt. And that was the last time I went to a haunted house. I paid good money and drove so far to it too. And it was a decent... Yeah, to get woo-wooed and followed through a little far, like it was weird. It was weird.
The last one that we went to was done by like a bunch of fucking rednecks out in the country, and there was 2 types of experience. There was like the general experience, or you could buy a wristband, which is like a day globe black light wristband.
Yeah.
That meant that you wanted like the extra scary experience, meaning you might get yanked. Yeah, anytime you might fall in a hole, like some extra shit might happen to you because you bought the wristband. And so we all did the wristband experience, but nothing happened to any of us except my wife. They yanked that bitch up and threw her in the back of a van and drove away with her. And I wasn't okay with it.
They threw her in a van and drove away with her?
Yeah.
And just left you in the dust.
Well, we were on like a haunted trail through the woods, and then at some point, a couple of guys just ran out the woods and grabbed her, and then the lights on the van turned on, and they threw her in the back of the van, and the van drove off. And we were supposed to continue through the course.
Motherfuckers.
And we met up at a different point in the trail, but you better believe between when they yanked her and when I seen her again, I was on another level. I did.
Why the hell would they yank her? That's
That-
so weird.
because we paid for the extra experience, they were trying to scare her, so she went through like the kidnapping experience or whatever. They didn't do anything crazy. They put her in the back of the van, and then they just drove her to a different point, and then
She
held her in a
didn't
room
know?
until we reached that point. Yeah, she didn't know what was going on. To her, it felt like
Oh.
she was like kidnapped or whatever, but she was just held in the back of the van.
I'd
and
be
then
shook.
put
Bitch,
into a dark room.
what if somebody actually had that happen to them and it was like so
Right.
traumatizing? Like that'd be fucked.
Also, like I wanted at the end of it, I wanted to ask like, what are all the different things that y'all do for that extra experience? Because surely that's not the one thing, the one gimmick.
Right.
And
Yeah,
they
that
picked
can't
one
be.
person out of our group. Not all of us. We all paid for the extra experience, but only one of us got it.
What?
So, yeah. So, like, but that extra experience just
What a
means
rip.
that you give them legal clearance to do, like, the thing that might give you a heart attack.
Yeah.
So that could be getting jumped. That could be getting bound and gagged. That could be, like, you know, being thrown on the back of a bus. That could be having, you know, like a chainsaw.
Was that
held
on
close
the
to you.
list?
There was no list. There was just, you had to sign you had to sign like a waiver.
A waiver.
Yeah. Saying that you would not sue them for whatever the experience might include. But we are those bitches that will do it. Like, I mean, hello, I went through public schooling. I think I can handle it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, give me the extra experience. Hell, one time I ate Old Zaxby's and got food poisoning. I've already lived, okay? Give me the extra experience. But yes, they take haunts very seriously here in the South. There's a place called Haunted Montrose. We had, I'm sure you've heard of Netherworld with Six Flags of Georgia. Netherworld. There's like a few haunts in Alabama that are really close, and then there's smaller stuff that people do in the surrounding counties. But everyone, like, I mean, there's only like 3 holidays in the South, so you got like, you know, the 4th of July, and then like Halloween and Christmas. Well, actually, I guess 4th of July runs hand in hand with like Memorial Day. Like, people are very much Memorial Day oriented here. Fireworks, day on the lake, cookout kind of shit.
Oh yeah, they're obsessed with that shit too. Here.
But outside of that, you know. And then, you know, what's scarier than a bunch of, you know, corn-fed rednecks? So you
Playing
leave
with
a couple
fire.
leave some corn-fed rednecks together for a couple hours, let them design a haunted trail, and that is my Halloween experience. Somewhere in the 80s, they were like, it's not safe to eat your neighbor's candy. So people were like, okay, cool, we're going to make a terrifying trail for people to walk down. And every
do love
neighborhood did
haunted
that.
I grew up going to them, so that's probably why I do enjoy them.
Yeah, like when we stopped being allowed to eat candy, it changed into costume contest, drunkenness, and haunted trails.
No candy.
I mean, people bought their own damn candy, or like you went to a friend's house, you know, y'all made some kind of Halloween treat or something. But like, my generation, like, people stopped going door to door. It was like, I don't know. We did door to door when I was very young, and that shit stopped somewhere when I was a kid. And so, like, my teen years were spent doing other shit, like Halloween parties, Halloween trails, trunk or treats.
I'll never tell when I stopped.
I didn't want to or whatever, you know, but like, when I mean like communities stopped, like we're rural, so like the whole damn community would watch the news, and news would be
Bitch,
like,
you're
Halloween
supposed
was
to
canceled.
drive to the expensive fancy places and get the good shit.
It takes so much time to hook a horse up to a buggy and jump in a buggy and ride a county over for a piece of candy.
Well, at least you didn't have to walk from house to house. You had a freaking ride. That is
But, like,
funny.
like, I remember being very young, probably pre-Hocus Pocus. So this gives you an idea of my age. Like, pre-Hocus Pocus, we were probably door to door, and post-Hocus Pocus, we weren't.
You fired.
Yeah, I know. Also, when I was a
young.
kid, you didn't buy a costume
How old
from
are
the
you?
grocery store. Me?
Yeah.
Mid-30s, late 30s.
Yeah.
Late
You're
30s, yeah. Like when I was a kid, my mom used to cut. She used to like take old busted clothes and sheets and shit from the house and sew up our costumes. So I was like a clown and a pirate and like a baby drag queen and like all kinds of shit. Because in the 80s and the 70s, your parents would just make a costume for you out of what was at the house. You were like a television star. You were
Oh
like a
my.
baseball player.
Last
Yeah.
year, I saw somebody dressed up as a homemade gumball machine. So they had like a hat that was covered in little rainbow puffballs to look like the gumballs and red overalls. And it didn't even really look like a gumball machine, but you know, the kids loved it. You know, it was a cool costume.
That's what they went with.
Weird, yeah. Homemade gumball machine.
I always love a good punny Halloween costume.
Oh yeah, there's some good ones out there that have been handmade. Like someone came through as macaroni and cheese, you know, and then like the dad was dressed as the cow or whatever for the milk with it. I don't know. It was just weird shit.
Actually, okay, so last year I didn't hand out candy because of the community that I was in. But the years before that, like the 5 years before that, I lived in a neighborhood that organized this event. It was like a balloon event. So someone would go around the neighborhood a month in advance and figure out which neighbors wanted to participate. And then they would mark everyone's mailbox with a balloon. And the kids would only stop at the houses with the balloons because they were
That's
someone
a
who had
good
like
idea.
That is a good idea.
registered with the list to have candy, you know, and that they were going to be home, and that was like it was a safe host or whatever. And so, yeah, so that's how my neighborhood did it. When I lived in the same city that I'm in now then, but we just had an organized event. I don't know how it's going to go this year because I'm in a different neighborhood, but
Just turn your light on and pass it out. Go ballistic. Be the coolest house on the block. They'll all show up.
we're always those people who try to be prepared. But I think where we are now this year, if we wanted to do that, we'd have to be at the end of the driveway because I got a 13-acre driveway.
Yeah, you're in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, I'm in the
Damn
hole.
When I was a kid, it was like that came to trick or treat at our house was my friends. You know,
Right.
there was no one else who came that far out to the edge of town, out to the end of the street. They came out because they knew my mom.
Okay, so like when y'all was young and running the streets and trick or treating and shit, was it from dark until a certain hour, or was it like what were the hours that people were out raising cane and trick or treating?
Well, the little kids would go out just around sundown to do their trick or treat. Then once all the little kids got in, then like the 10-year-old kids and 12-year-old kids could run the streets and trick or treat.
Right.
And then after that, see, once what you're talking about, like aging out of doing it, we ended up out at desert parties. So we weren't even up in town by that time anymore.
Nice. Yeah.
We had bonfires in the desert. And we just avoided town when we drank because the cops would make the underage people dump their beers out, and we didn't like that.
Right.
It was a waste.
True. Don't be wasting the beer.
But then they'd get back in their cop car and leave, and the underage people could crack another one open.
See, in our city, the older generation, so the kids who are really just too old to trick or treat, would be doing nonsense like hanging dummies from the overpasses on the interstate and dressing as clowns and standing on the edge of roads, like dark roads, so that when you drive by, you'd see a clown standing by the edge of the road. Like crazy shit like that. Or like our local news, you know, would always be out on the street, like interviewing people while they were trick-or-treating, and there'd be like a gang of them in the news camera, you know. There was always people running amok and causing nonsense until sometime in like the 90s, people got really conscientious and everyone just started trick-or-treating with their churches or like their immediate neighbors. And then people didn't really like run amok and toilet paper or, you know, do like fun pranks. They weren't ever dangerous pranks. They were just like fun pranks.
Yeah.
We had a Hell's Night, but it was like the night after
I think it's the night before.
When we egged everybody and shit like that.
It's interesting how different communities have different, sort of like a different tradition.
Yeah, I thought Hell's Night was the night before. That's when they did it around here.
Yeah, same here. People would like bust your pumpkins and shit like that.
Yeah, TP houses for sure.
Yeah.
The good old days.
Another thing we do here is like
daytime on the 1st. It starts at sundown. That's when Halloween actually starts. Is at sundown. It's November 1st in the original Celtic holiday, and it starts at sundown.
Another thing that we have here that I don't know if that's everywhere, but people used to decorate each other's shit like on the fly, like without their permission, just to get shit ready for the season. So somebody might spiderweb your whole shit. And so you come home and like your porch and your car and your house and your trees and your bushes and shit might be spiderweb, with like Halloween decorations. I've done it a few times. But that was something that people would do.
I say you throw a party outside for Halloween and invite all the strangers. Throw a party. Make a piñata.
That'd be lit.
That would be lit as fuck.
Have like a grill going with some food.
Hell yeah. Have some weird
DJ.
shit set up.
Yes.
Like punch with eyeballs floating in it.
Yes. Have like a Monster Mash dance floor.
Yes.
A fortune teller in face paint, which we have a Halloween party happening right now.
Oh shit.
Ready.
That would be lit as fuck.
I love a good Halloween party, but I haven't really been to one in a few years. Just the haunts.
That's why you host it and do the most it.
Right. I mean, that's kind of what that is kind of what it has turned into. Is like we do all the thingies around Halloween, and the Halloween night we just sit still while other people are going out doing shit, and we eat and watch like a Halloween themed movie.
Yeah.
We might dress up, maybe.
You know how far away this is? Like 8 months, 7 months.
I know. We got so many holidays between now and then, like what, Easter, May Day, Cinco de Mayo.
Fucking March is right around the corner too.
St. Patty's Day. This Pat's birthday. St. Patty's Day.
I don't even know what day that is.
St. Patty's Day. March 17th, I believe.
It is March 17th. I know it because it's my cousin's birthday. And the tea is, it is exactly 6 weeks after my own birthday. It's like exactly 6 weeks between me and that cousin. We went to the same kindergarten class together because we were the same age.
Weird.
Yeah.
That's a weird connection.
Yeah. But I always remember that date. And then, like, I always remember the date because it's like exactly 6 weeks apart. So whenever I had my birthday, it'd be like countdown to her birthday. And then like really the time between my birthday and her birthday, because we were the same age and because we were like both our grandmother's favorite, we would always be doing shit together during that month, like all kinds of extracurricular shit. I don't know. So I never forgot the dates. And then also in high school, my best friend was February 17th, and that's exactly 2 weeks after my birthday, I think. And so anyhow, the passage of time between my birthday and March 17th, never forget it. And so when Pat said it was his birthday, immediately memorized it. It was already significant in my mind.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he said it a bunch of times, too.
I think he wants a gift. We
True.
should send him a gift. Send him a stuffed animal that looks like Sakari.
Oh, my God. I would send him ass wipes so he can clean that ass.
Oh, no. That was a read. I was trying to be nice. Happy birthday.
I am being nice, bitch. I got wipes. The only problem is, who the hell is going to spend money to ship that to somebody with no address? Right.
Right. Where would you ship this to? The rock in the desert at that bush somewhere California. 91903.
But
Yeah.
Jesus.
middle of nowhere.
Flatbush.
Flatbush, nowhere, California. Zip code
Moose
maybe
Knuckle, Alaska.
333. Yeah.
I'm saying.
Also,
I do
like,
got wipes though. I would totally send him the wipes.
I hope for the sake of civil, he figures out how to get into his Bitcoin account. Lord
I
Jesus,
know.
he done offered everybody and their brother $1,000 to help him figure out how to get in there.
I know, right? Did you hear him say he was giving lipstick 1,000?
If she could get him in, that was the contingency. It was like, if you can
I
figure out
didn't
how to
hear him
get
say the if. I heard him offer her a car. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you $1,000 so you can buy a new car.
It
He
was
just
like,
needs to
if
get the
we,
money out.
yeah, he kept saying, if we can get my money out, I'll give you $1,000. If we can figure out how to get my money out, there's
Is it really
$1,000.
real money? I don't really know nothing about that stuff, but when I searched it up, it made it sound like it wasn't real.
So I don't know a lot about that. I don't know a lot about it, right? But what he said was he put this money in 3 years ago and kind of forgot about it. And there's supposed to be a way to cash it out. But the thing, I don't know if you can cash it out at dollar value. Like sometimes when you cash out, you only get pennies on the dollar when you cash out, you know? It's
You
part
know
of the
what's
game.
fucked up? I swear, a couple months ago, he's been talking about this shit all the time. Like, he brings it up a lot, right? And I've heard him mention it. And he brought this shit up a couple months ago, and he only had $500. He's looked it up and looked into it and saw it.
Right.
Might have even been this year that it happened.
You see, this year Bitcoin took a huge jump. Like here in actually in COVID, it happened that Bitcoin reached a high for the first time that it has yet to reach, and that might have been the reason why it sparked his interest, and he looked back into it. Now, this is
Yeah.
the thing about Bitcoin. I don't understand it. I didn't understand it when people were talking about cryptocurrencies in the beginning. I was actually on a couple different platforms that rewarded you in Bitcoin, and I had numerous Bitcoin values on different apps that I left across time because the app was antiquated, no longer in use. And so I just like deleted the account or left the app and didn't really think about it any longer. But if you had to have put all of those different Bitcoins into one wallet and collected it over time, then that shit would be worthwhile right now. I just when cryptocurrencies happen and people are like, this is the future, I absolutely was one of those kind of people that was, I grew up in the South where when the Great Depression happened, people had buried money in their backyard.
Yeah.
Right. And when times was thick, people buried money in the yard, or when people had money, they would buy it out in gold or silver and they buried it in the yard because they didn't believe in financial systems. They didn't believe in banking systems. They didn't believe in like imaginary money.
I get it though. Yeah,
right?
I like being able to count money for sure.
And so when I was learning about cryptocurrency, I didn't like stake much interest in it, but there is some heft to it. And there is, if you know how to, you can actually harvest is the word I think they
blockchain.
use. Yeah,
blockchain.
Yeah, cryptocurrencies without spending any money. You can go out there and do certain things to have money without money. I'm just, I've mentioned this to you. I'm not very tech savvy, and I'm actually not extremely interested in tech stuff like that. But if you were, and you applied a little effort, you probably could very easily acquire some free money like that.
Right.
It's just not, not something I ever try to do. But investing Bitcoin is one way to do it, and I think that's what he did. He had like some true cash, and he turned it into Bitcoin, and he invested it in this, and this through a certain agency.
Do you know anything about it, Bugsy? Bitcoin?
I've never messed with it at all.
Yeah.
I use cash and credit cards, and that's about it.
Right, and I feel skeptical about my credit card. Like I have trust issues with my credit card. I'm like, who are you, bitch? Why are you like this?
Yeah.
Like my cash money.
That.
Yeah, I have no clue about cryptocurrency. I understand that blockchain is it's a very long sequence that you have of characters or whatever that has a certain value that to be used in like software locks and stuff like that.
Hmm.
You
Yep,
just-
don't know nothing.
that's why it's called crypto. It's for you know what cryptonics is
Nope.
coding and decoding
Right.
messages. It's
Mhm.
yeah, it's for like encoding stuff for security.
See, like when I
Use
was
blockchain to encode stuff for security, and it's very secure. Without the exact blockchain, you can't unlock it. Type of thing.
Yeah.
when I was 19 years old, I had roommates. I had 6 roommates. One of my 6 roommates was a guy who built computer networks, and he had Asperger's, so like he had a hard time communicating with people. But of the few conversations that he had with me, one of them was about cryptocurrencies, and one of them was about tablet technology. This was before smartphones, and this was before tablets. This was years
Was it
ago,
in
y'all.
Ohio?
And no, and he was like, in just a few years, probably less than 3 years, you'll be able to have a tablet just like this one. And he holds up, like a $1,500 tablet, or smaller for $50, because the technology exists now. It's just not available to you at that price because of the companies that are charging you so many different dollars for their name and for access to this. But like,
Mhm.
because he was already in computers and computer systems, he was already on that 3D printing shit. He was already on that, tablet technology, that micro technology.
He was pre-plugged into it.
Yeah. And so he was telling me about all these things before I ever believed that it was true. I never, like at that point in time, never thought, oh, I'd have a smart tablet just because of the cost of them. And sure fucking enough, 3 years later, $50 tablets, y'all. And so like he was one of the people who told me about cryptocurrencies. He tried to explain it to me, but I'm not tech savvy.
Look at the tablets that Gene Roddenberry thought up and put in Star Trek.
Right. Right.
Oh yeah.
He was way ahead of the curve with some of that shit.
Yeah.
Here, Captain, sign the manifest, please. And the captain signs a digitizer.
I remember getting pages on my pager where people would type in different codes so it would mean something to me. A tablet? I was shook when that shit
I've got a
happened.
pager in a drawer somewhere around here.
My last pager, my sister borrowed one night to go to the bar. Isn't that such a thing from the past? She borrowed my pager, y'all. And she went to the bar with it, and she lost it while she was at the bar. That was my last pager, and then that was right before Nokia happened. Not Nokia, Nextel. So then, like, the next device I had was like a Nextel 2A. It was like beep beep and people chirping people all the time. Do you remember those Nextel phones? They're the ones where people would like hold them like a 2-way radar and be like beep beep.
Oh yeah. Yep. The
Breaker
chirp.
breaker 19.
Chirp.
Yeah.
This is the big
Yep.
chicken. What
Chirp
you
me on
doing?
my cell phone.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, push to talk.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I had
I
that
remember.
next.
That was my shit. I used to love that shit. I had a beautiful, it was a flat phone that was a rectangle shape that was all flat and white. It was beautiful. The Boost Mobile. Oh, yeah. Loved that. It was one of my first phones. It was lit.
In the 90s, I had a Motorola Shark.
Oh, wow.
It was kind of shaped. It was a brick phone, but it was smaller. It's when they got cheaper and when they went smaller, and it was kind of peanut shaped in a way.
Right.
But it was so tough that I was riding my motorcycle and it fell off my side and went skipping down the street, and it was just fine.
See, I had a Nokia like that. Like that Nokia fell in the lake 2 times. That Nokia fell out the car. I was telling Josie earlier today that sometimes I tuck shit underneath my fatty roll and then I go and stand up and then I'll fly across the room. And I had that phone do that a couple times.
That's how I broke mine.
I had like every variation
This is the first phone I've ever broke.
Between like the very first flip phone that you had to pull out the antenna and the very last flip phone before they were all like flat screen smartphones. I had all those. The slide, the flip, the razor. I don't know if anybody remembers that super thin little cell phone. It looked like
I remember the
a
razor.
lipstick tube that you flipped
I
around.
remember my
Oh,
buddy
yeah.
had one and it would die real fast.
Mm-hmm. I had all of those.
It had the battery sucked.
Before
I
text
remember this
messaging
weird
existed-
one. I had one that was like a golden bronze color too. It was really weird.
Before text messaging existed in the way it does now with a keyboard, there used to be this device called a two-way. It was in between T9 and having a full keyboard on your phone. Like in between T9 and the BlackBerry, there was a device called a two-way, and it like slid open like a slide, but it had a full keyboard that you would use with like two thumbs to
I
text.
had one of those.
But it didn't have
Oh, yeah.
calling technology. You would just text someone, and I had one of those.
Yeah, I had one of them.
Why do you
Yeah,
think they went away with the chirping thing? The radio type thing? Why do you think they went away with that shit?
I actually think that still exists in some places. The Nextel
You
two-way
can,
still
you,
exists.
there's apps you can get on your smartphone that do it.
Mhm.
Yeah, but why would they ever
Walkie-talkie.
get rid of the feature? That's what I'm saying. Like, why would they ever get rid of that shit? It used to just be they had its own button for it, you know?
I love that shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I love that shit. I had I don't remember exactly how the setup was, but I think I had like a family group, so I could trip the whole family at once.
Yeah.
I like hit a button and talk to all 8 people at once. Go, hey, blah, blah, blah.
You would.
Oh yeah. Actually, like my father was a carpenter, so he was like carpentry businesses one of the first ones that got in on that church Nextel shit. And the first time he got a hard body Nextel, he fell in love with it. And he immediately got one for all the kids. And so we are a talk to each other family, but because we had the chirp and you could just hit a button and talk to everybody at once, you just like occasionally hit the chirp and say something and be like, ah, and
Right?
everyone would respond. We actually stayed better in touch when we had that than we ever have before or since. But
The
it
good
was
old days.
it was like a very specific point in time. Like I don't know if you remember when there were bubble chairs happening, but that's when we had the Nextel phones.
Oh, yeah.
Like bubble chairs are going on. People were making choices with like shiny fabrics. I don't know. There was a lot happening in that period of time, but Nextels were a thing.
That
Oh,
shit's
yeah.
always gone on.
Honestly, you can still find bubble furniture, and all I remember is how many different bubble furnitures I popped. And I wasn't even that large. A young man at that point in time, it was just like bubble furniture is a poor idea. Who doesn't plop? We're in America.
The air up? You're talking
Yeah.
about air up for, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yep, inflatable.
Inflatable couch,
People
inflatable
walking
chair.
around with weapons in their pockets and shit too, pop them motherfuckers, poking
Mhm.
Right.
goddamn ice pick right through motherfucker.
Go
It would be
camping
cool, though. Would
Go
be cool to have
camping
a whole room of
one
blow up
time
furniture.
on an inflatable mattress and hit a rock and tell me that inflatable anything is a good idea.
I don't know.
We take foam rollouts now. We don't sleep on inflatables. We've been camping many times, many different terrains. We do not fuck with inflatable because we've been in a few places where we didn't have a backup inflatable. We took an inflatable, and in the night, like the weight on a certain rock or a certain pine cone was too much. And then we woke up flat, flat on the ground. So now we take like a foam pad. It's like a. You
Yeah.
can actually, I see every year when summer rolls around now, they sell these in the summer section where you go swimming. And they used to be really super duper expensive, but now they're like $5-10 sometimes. But it's essentially just like a foam mat that you're supposed to like kind of made out of that noodle material. You know the noodles? It's kind of made like that. And it's perfect for camping. And it's a fraction of the price of if you bought something of the same density from the camping
like a
section. If you
foam
go to the
noodle,
camp-
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you go to the camping section and buy something of the same thickness, it'll be 3 times the price. Like that's the perfect camping mat. That's usually what we get whenever summer rolls around. We snatch up a couple of those. We have a few stored away. We have have crazy amount of camping gear for someone who camps a couple times a year.
My big ass would be getting a whole fucking memory foam mattress.
My wife fucked up for Christmas and bought me a camping flask. It was a 3-piece set. It is a camping flask, there's a boot flask, and a coffee cup with a lid. So like
That's
a metal
what's up.
coffee cup that has like a
Yeah.
clip for the handle that so you can clip it to your
You can
bag.
put it on the campfire, keep it warm. Yeah.
Right. And so now I can go to the woods, get shitty drunk, have a hair of the dog and a cup of coffee in the morning. Just change the game.
That is pretty lit, though. What a gift. The gift
That's
that
kind of
keeps
shit.
on giving.
We're both very practical. I'm ancestrally Jewish. I don't think she is, but she acts like she is. And so we always be giving each other very practical gifts, like shit we can use, do something with.
Yeah, I'm pretty practical, too, though.
Yeah. Like for Christmas, I got a dartboard and she got like a weight set.
I ain't that practical, though.
I got like a
That's crazy talk, lady.
like a camping flask, and she got like a massager, like a back massager. Like we get very practical gifts.
I ain't trying to work out on Christmas.
Wait, have you met my wife though? Like
I've heard.
for her birthday, she went rock climbing. She wanted me to do it, but I don't like to exercise. When I'm sitting still, I feel content. When people are like, "Hey, climb that rock," I'm like, "Hey, do I look like a billy goat?"
Hey, it's for horses.
And when she looks at that rock wall, she's like, "Oh my god, that looks so fun! I can't wait to do it." I'm like, "I'll hold the rope and make sure you don't pop when you fall. Don't climb up there." But I'm not fixing to try to do it. I'm not. We go hiking a lot. Like I don't mind hiking. Hiking is walking, and walking I can do. We've hiked a lot of different places, but I mean, we do some serious hiking too. I love the great outdoors, but if it was just if she was just like, "We're gonna do this obstacle course," I'd be like, "You're gonna do this obstacle course.
I'm gonna go
I'm
grab.
gonna watch you." All right. So you're gonna do
He's
this
gonna
obstacle
grab
course.
something.
I think a dream. I don't know. And I'm like, and she loves it. Like she's so active, and I admire her enthusiasm and her eagerness. And I don't really know how she ended up like that because when we first met, she was like crazy, super sleepy, lazy. Like she was just like always journaling, always stationary, always like very not trying to move. And then now we're, oh God, our anniversary is this week, Josie. Now we're,
Hey, happy anniversary.
but okay, so we've been saying 12 years, but 12 years officially this week.
That's
And
what's up.
she's on vacation this week, like starting today, she's on vacation for the next 7 days. So we get to do excursions and daycations and stuff all week for our anniversary.
I don't
But
know, like what?
I don't know. I think we're gonna do Providence Canyon, which is a canyon in Georgia. It's Georgia's little Grand Canyon. And it's like a natural canyon formed by erosion. And we tried to hike Pine Mountain one time before, but couldn't. So I think we're gonna go to Pine Mountain. And then I've been talking about going to the ocean since the last time I was to the ocean. So I think we're gonna do a night trip to the ocean. We actually have another vacation, like an official vacation, on March 8th. So we're gonna be like doing little stuff this week, like little stuff close by that we can do in a day, and then in the second week of March, we're gonna be on real vacation in Destin, Florida. We got a beachfront condo in Destin.
Sweet.
Yes. I actually hate Destin. It's not my favorite place, but it was the free skis because it's a secret shopper. So try to do that. So like I don't have to pay to stay there. I'm just going there. And so I was like, well, if it's beachfront and I don't have to pay to be there and it's 5 days, count me in.
Yeah, it was really pretty the last time you went to the beach.
Yeah, and so this time when we go, we'll have to pay for like liquor and food and gas and stuff to get there. But once we get there, the whole stay is free. I cannot wait. I love being at the beach. I love being at the beach for the sole purpose of having a space that is right there that you can walk to and from the ocean, and then experiencing the ocean 3 times a day instead of one time. Like if you stay close to the ocean, you have to drive to the ocean. You have one beach time experience, right? You're at the beach,
Yeah.
you're burning, you're playing in the water, and then you leave, and you're covered in sand. You have to bathe. You smell like a lake, like all the things. But if you're staying at the ocean, you get to get up very early in the morning before the sun comes up and go out to the water and watch the sunrise.
Oh yeah.
Go back in, eat breakfast, kick it with your homies, do some daytime shopping or whatever, go back out and enjoy the best part of the day at the beach. Go back in, do dinner time, change clothes, go back out drunk and play on the beach in the nighttime, and then go to sleep. So it's like a whole different experience when you stay at the ocean rather
Oh,
than
yeah.
close to it.
Definitely, that would be lit. I've never even seen the ocean. You ever seen the ocean, Bugsy?
Pacific Ocean.
That's so crazy to me, y'all. Like I've seen the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic Ocean. I didn't really think that it was something that was rare until I've talked to other people here in the Boyd. And there's people who totally have never been to the ocean because they're landlocked.
There's a bunch of people that never been fucking 50 miles from their fucking original home.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy.
That's, here where I live in my state, I'm about a 3.5 hour drive from every side. So
Yeah.
no matter where you want to be, if you wanted to drive 3.5 hours, you could be in Tennessee, you could be in South Carolina, you could be at the ocean, you could be in Florida, you could be at the Gulf of Mexico in about 5.5 hours, you could be in Alabama in 3. So you could just like go somewhere in an afternoon.
Yeah.
And it's not exactly the same for everyone, I guess. And
Well, it's a lot further to places like that here.
okay, so Stella is like Arkansas, right? Or Oklahoma,
Mhm.
Arkansas, and that's like the
Yeah.
middle of the country. So she's a long throw from any of the oceans.
Yeah. Our closest ocean is Rocky Point. It's the Gulf of California down there in Baja, Mexico. Baja, California, along.
Nice. How far is that from you?
We're just a little ways down from the Arizona border. You can get to Rocky Point. You go from a little town in Arizona at the border called Y. Like WHY, like the question, why?
Why, Arizona? Why is the city here?
It's pretty funny. I don't know the meaning behind the word there, but
So how many hours would you say it's across? So if you were the middle of your state, middle of Arizona, how many hours north? How many hours east or west or south? Is it like 3 hours across, or is it like 6 hours across?
3 hours out and to get up north, to get out of the north side of Arizona from where I'm at. Because I'm near Phoenix, which we would call the Central Valley area of Arizona.
Okay.
It's not, it's down in the bottom of the valley where the heat pool is.
Where the green grass grows.
No green grass. It's too hot.
Actually, when I was 14, I lived at the Four Corners, but on the Utah side.
Right. I'm about 300 miles of driving to get there.
Okay. All right.
But not through city. I go the other direction into Phoenix, and I got to go 120 miles before I come out the far side of the city.
Right.
So,
So you're like 3 to 5 hours from the ocean?
Yeah, we're a couple hours from going into California, and then a couple more hours to San Francisco.
Right. And Jesse's never been to the ocean. She got all them damn lakes up there. She didn't have to go to the ocean. Have you been to more than one of the lakes?
You there, Jed?
Yes. I've been to a whole bunch of them, like a whole bunch of them. I don't know how many, but
Like the Great
yeah,
Lakes,
I've been to a
like
bunch of them.
the Great Lakes. I don't know how many Great Lakes are there. 7 Great Lakes, 5.
I think there's 5,
5.
So how many of
and
those
I
have you
think
been
I
to?
might have been to all of them.
Okay, so
And there
those
is
are
a
your
lot of
oceans.
there's a lot of there's a lot of lakes that are also in Michigan. You know what I mean? Like other than the Great
Yes,
Lakes,
that's
there's
the land
also
of the
stuff
lakes,
in.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's referred to as Lando Lakes. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think there's more lakes in Michigan than any other state. I might be wrong. I'll have to look into it.
That is interesting. That'd be weird.
Yeah, I think actually lakes and cave systems is something that Michigan's known for. I remember when we first met, I didn't know anything about your damn state, so I Googled it. I was like, what the fuck is in
See,
Michigan?
I don't. I don't know about this.
Also, Georgia is one piece. So if I wanted to go to everywhere in Georgia, I could do that. You couldn't. You'd have to hop a boat. That's extra.
Yeah, I would say there's 2 of them I have not been to, and that's Lake Superior and Lake Ontario. Those ones are like farther away. I've not been to those.
Is there a bridge connecting the two parts of Michigan?
Yes, it's like the Mackinac Bridge.
And how big? How
No.
big a fucking bridge is that?
It's fucking huge. Takes forever to get across. It was so slow. Backed up traffic forever, and you have to pay to get over it.
That's extra. So there's tolls across this bridge.
Yeah, it's huge.
How long? Like hours? 45
Mm,
minutes?
it was I don't know. I don't know, anywhere from half an hour to an hour.
That's crazy. That's so crazy. It's hard
Yeah,
for
it
me to
depends on the
imagine.
traffic.
Yeah,
Because it's also a toll thing too, so they're holding up everybody too, you know?
at the tolls.
Making
Yeah.
you stop to pay. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially it was a busy weekend when we went down there. It was like some boat races were going on and we didn't know it. And there was all kinds of people up there booked up for the whole weekend, you know?
Mhm.
Can you imagine what
Like when
fresh
the
hell that is?
NASCAR races in town. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. They have some kind of weird boat races up there. Boats.
Can you imagine what fresh hell that is for someone who has a fear of bridges?
Oh yeah. My mama do. She was tripping. She grips the steering wheel and thinks that'll save her.
Well, you guys
Okay.
seen that one up in Puget Sound, right?
No, what's
I see
that?
the fucking videos of it. It does that.
Oh yeah. That's what
Man,
I
I'd be
have
like,
seen that actually. Yeah,
that's
that's wild.
weird. I'd be scared to death on that motherfucker. That's gonna snap.
yeah, it's a trip.
And it
We
was
have
it
some.
was wind vibrations causing it. It was
And
like a harmonics of wind vibrations
Huh.
causing that.
we have like
They
11.
replaced,
Sorry.
they replaced all the I beams with I beams that had like holes cut out in them, and it let air vent through them, and it stopped doing that.
Huh.
That's interesting because it allowed for the flow of air and stuff.
Yeah,
We've actually in U.S. history lost a couple bridges like that because they didn't allow for that movement.
yeah. That pedestrian bridge in Britain did it. That the Millennium Bridge they put up in 2000. That white one that they showed in Harry Potter where the wizards attacked
Huh. Crazy.
it.
See, that's something I would have not known.
Yeah, people were walking across it, and people had it. For some reason, people just had a tendency to get in rhythm in their march, and it would start going burn, 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 burn.
I am.
That crazy shit.
Azel, I got an idea. What are you doing? He fucking muted himself.
Yeah,
You do that, and he disappears. Doesn't tell us what
go
he's
get a
doing.
beer. Went to get a beer, maybe.
Probably. I think he drinks vodka.
Yeah. for whatever drink. And that didn't mean necessarily a
Yeah.
beer, but
Yep, vodka and pineapple juice is his pick.
I've always drunk. Yeah, I drink screwdrivers.
Yeah, that'd be
Those
orange juice.
those were my safe drink. I liked Captain and Coke, but rum makes me dumb.
Yeah, I drank a lot of that rum, and then I got sick of it, and then vodka was my drink for the rest of my choice, you know, growing up and being grown.
Sorry, y'all. My wife is calling me.
Of course.
She's like out and about, and she had 9 questions for me. So.
Well, give us 3 of them.
One of them was, "What is your recovery meal?" One of them.
You're really quiet.
Hello.
You're really quiet. I said.
Do I need to go out and come back in?
I don't know. Yeah, you came back really quiet.
Hello.
Refresh. I hear you now. Yeah, jeez. I'm so damn loud now.
Can you hear me now? Am I too loud?
Just talk normal. Don't whisper.
Should I go out and come back in?
Probably. I don't know.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Hurry.
I'm hot. I think it's getting hot.
I'm under
Maybe
a
I'm
blanket.
menopausing.
Yeah, menopausing. You are gonna be a grandpa.
Make me choke on the cinnamon.
Don't choke.
Mm.
You ever have to do the Heimlich maneuver on somebody?
Yeah, one time, guy sitting next to me, he looked up. We were sitting there drinking coffee, and he was eating a cookie.
Yeah.
And he looked over at me, and he pointed at his throat, and I just jumped up and gave him a Heimlich maneuver, and the chunk came loose, and he said, "Thank you."
Damn. Over the holiday, I watched my sister almost choke to death, and everybody just stood there watching. Nobody helped her. Like, she literally was turning red and couldn't breathe, and I was like, holy shit, it was the first time I really saw somebody choke. And everyone just let her. Like, and they're like, well, what are we supposed to do? Well, help her, take her plate, or, you know, something.
Shove your finger down her throat and make her puke. Make her puke it out, something. I don't know.
Something.
Give her a Heimlich maneuver.
Yeah, the Heimlich, something.
Make her bend over and grab her ankles and pull her head down as far as she can and then feet on her back.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, there's so many ways. But really, she should have just ate slower. It would have been fine. She was excited, though, because it was a holiday. Turkey's good food, man.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite meals of the year.
Mm-hmm. We usually have it for both Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Oh, yeah. Yep, we like to make the stuffing. That's what makes it good.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it, we're already thinking about Halloween and turkey. Azel's taking forever. Is he backstage again?
Mm-mm. No, he ain't there.
Of course not. Yeah, I'm just stoned.
Yeah.
How long are you gonna be on?
I don't know. Probably not much longer.
Yeah, you've been on for quite a while.
Yeah, it's 2.5 hours almost. Wow. God, time flies once we get to jacking our jaws.
I know, right? Yeah, I don't even know how long you were on before I got here.
Yeah, about 30 minutes probably, I'd say. So it's probably been 2 hours.
Let's see.
Maybe longer than that. I don't know.
Oh, I
In
was on. I was on for the past hour and 40 minutes.
if I would have seen you was on, I would have come over there. But I didn't even. I was so frustrated after this afternoon that
Yeah.
when I did come back on, I didn't even go to YouTube. I just came to StreamYard. Is
Hmm.
what I did. I don't have no YouTube open except for that music that's playing.
Yeah.
That's the only YouTube I have open. So I didn't go to nobody's YouTube. I didn't see no.
Yeah. I get it. I did that the other day. I just didn't feel like going to anybody else's and just went on my own and straight to StreamYard and didn't care who was live, you know?
Yeah. Today I almost felt like at the point where I was, I felt like it didn't matter if anybody else came on or not because I was just trying to unwind and I did
Exactly.
feel bad that when before I meditated I was feeling bad and stuff.
Right? Oh, yeah, I get it.
But I'm glad you guys showed up.
Yeah. I hope we could brighten the night a little bit.
Hmm. Heck
'Cause
yeah.
we were bored too, man. It was such a boring night. And
I
I
hate
wasn't busy.
I
Yeah.
hate this lockdown shit, man. I need to go out and I don't need to go to the bar and drink. I just I'd be fine going to a movie or something, you know.
Yeah.
I could if I could go watch the new James Bond movie, even by myself or whatever. Just go.
For real. It sucks, man.
Yeah.
I haven't been moving in a long time.
I think my last one might have been the Rise of Skywalker.
The last one I saw was a Medea movie.
Oh God,
Yeah. I don't even remember which one it was, but might have been the last one that was.
he's
Huh?
funny. Tyler Perry, funny dude.
Oh, yeah. The Medea movies are pretty fucking hilarious. I wish they would have been more funny, though. Like, a lot of those movies were half sappy and half funny. I wish it would have been, like, more funny.
Well, they got sappy because they kind of towed the line and trying to keep it G-rated in a way.
Oh, man, those movies were reckless.
What
Mhm.
Hazel,
movies?
Medea movies.
Oh, I hadn't even watched one of them.
Damn it, Hazel, you're slacking.
I
Sheltered
know.
boy.
I missed them all.
Bitch, I was just saying the last movie I saw in theaters was a Medea movie.
I think my last one was the last Star Wars movie, The Rise of Skywalker.
See,
Hmm.
it's almost like sacrilege to say I haven't seen a Medea movie because Medea Studios is like here in Georgia, and
Oh
people
my
take her
god.
very seriously. But I actually don't watch TV, and so I don't spend a lot of time watching fiction either. I write, and I spend a lot of time writing fiction that exhausts me, and so whenever I have like free time, I tend to like watch um, like like research material, like reference material. If I'm gonna watch like Discovery, I'm gonna watch something fact based. I don't want Narnia because at the end of my cubicle day, I'm tired of Narnia. I don't know. So like, I don't watch TV. I don't watch any like. I have friends who are really into like Supernatural and other series. They're like, please watch The Walking Dead. I'm like, no, bitch, I can't do it because
My
you know
kids love Supernatural.
yeah, and like the whole Game of Thrones thing happened, and I did not watch the first of it. I didn't watch the first episode because
I enjoyed it.
I can't get into Narnia like that. Like I can't because of my line of work. Like I approach things. I don't know. I'm a writer. I'm a ghost writer specifically. So I'm
Right.
writing other people's stories. I'm writing other people's work. I'm writing Narnia all day long. And so when I'm watching it on a screen, I'm very critical of it, and I don't really enjoy it the same way that maybe other people do because of my line of work. And so
Mm.
whenever I'm like at my leisure, I'm not doing Narnia. I'm doing other things. I watch garbage YouTube. I watch The Void because it's not Narnia. It's like messy, demented, dysfunctional people, and I'm like, why are these people like this?
Yeah.
I'm like, I watch a lot of different communities across the board. So you have like creative communities, you have comic communities, you have weed communities, you have drama communities, you have like foreign communities, and I watch all these different communities. But it's a preferable form of entertainment to me than Narnia because it's real life. It's like real ass people doing real ass shit.
Right?
It kind of gives me a reference point for when I'm doing my fictional writing.
Right.
So
Because it is
Huh.
real people putting themselves out there, even if they are being stupid and
right.
being an exaggerated version of themselves.
Yeah,
Right.
you can learn so much about people just by watching. So it's a good reference point, but I don't know. I'm behind on a lot of pop culture because of it.
Right.
You know, you came back with an echo, Azel.
Why? Why is
I
it
don't
like this?
know.
Okay,
I don't hear an echo.
Damn it, Azel.
Just quiet again.
it's
What
so
it
weird
sounded
because
like.
echo cancellation is on. You still hear an echo?
I don't know, can I? Yeah, I hear myself talk every time I speak.
Okay, let me turn my phone down. Let's see if you can still hear it. If it's because like maybe maybe I turned you up too loud. Maybe I hear you too much. I don't know. Can you hear yourself now?
Can you hear me now? Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Apparently, I had my headphones turned up too loud. You could hear it in the mic.
So weird. Yeah, I'm just stoned.
I gotta make my fan oscillate.
Bugsy's over there sweating over there.
Bugsy then nearly had a 3-hour stream. Is it just the three
Right?
of us still? Is there anyone in
Yep.
chat?
I think it is just the three of us.
Yeah. Oh.
I missed whatever it was that happened before you came over here with the woosaw, but I was here for the woosaw.
Talking about the meditation.
Yeah, I was here for the woosaw. Actually, what was most stirring about that is I was taught the same meditation many years ago in different words. So I used to have these really horrible migraines when I was a teenager, and eventually we figured out I was allergic to chocolate, and that was causing migraines.
did
But before that,
Did you hear
I
me
had a friend.
talking about the visualization I use?
Yes, yes. I had a friend who was kind of witchy, and she was like, "What I want you to do is, I want you to picture your inward breath as a shiny, beautiful golden or silver light, and your outward breath as an oily, black, polluted darkness.
Yeah.
And when you're doing this, you're pushing out the bad and you're pulling in the good. You're pulling in the good with your inward breath, you're pushing out the bad with your outward breath, and you're ridding your body of this energy. You're seeing this light fill up different parts of your body to replace that bad energy. Like the same exact thing that you walked us through earlier, someone taught me many years ago. I was kind of shook, I was like, oh, damn.
Yeah.
Somebody taught me that too. But it did work. It does
Well,
work.
that's I was taught to meditate on my breath. I
Mhm.
was not taught those visualizations. Those visualizations, I literally made up I seen the golden spiral once with the. You know what I'm referring to? The golden spiral.
Yes.
It's the what you call it number, the Fibonacci number spiral,
Right.
going out in all directions like a sunflower
I've
seed
actually
pattern.
never heard anyone explain it like that, but the way someone taught me this to rid myself of the headaches, and they literally taught me the same process that you explained with a bright golden or silver light being the cleansing,
Mm-hmm.
and a murky gray polluted air being the release. And that's why I was like, ooh, that's kind of interesting. We're generations, states, and practices apart, and you're in the
Yeah.
same meditation, you know?
Yep.
Universal.
Yeah,
I've been
that's amazing.
practicing meditation for going on 20 years now. I
Hmm.
started meditating about 30 years old. And before that, I didn't, I medicated my pain with, I generally anesthesied myself with drugs, you know,
Right. Yeah, same.
Pass me some
alcohol,
drugs.
drugs and alcohol.
What kind of
You know, what
drugs?
do you got? What's your drug of choice? What do you got?
See, I only found myself like running from shit in one or two drugs. I experimented with a lot of drugs. There were only like one or two drugs that I felt like were consumptive enough that I began to lose myself in them. And then now alcohol. At this point in my life, alcohol. But cocaine for a second and Xanax for a second were like a whole thing.
Hmm.
But they were like a moment in time. Like cocaine when I was 19, Xanax when I was 22, and only
I
for like
spent a
like
lot of my years of my
one
life
season.
fucking around with the meth.
Damn.
I also dabbled in meth, and for me, it was one of the more euphoric drugs that I got to experience. But luckily, I only did it at very specific points throughout my life with certain company, usually the same company. And so each time that I experienced it, I kind of grew through the experience a little bit. And the very last time that I did it, I was doing it with the first person I ever did it with, and we both had this transformative experience where we didn't want to do it anymore when it was over with. Like we were both done. Like with that last experience, we were like, okay, that was enough.
No,
And
my last
so,
experience was that way, but I had done it a lot.
yeah,
But my at my last experience, I was like, I'm done. I did this is bullshit. I don't want it
yeah,
anymore. I'm done. And
Hmm.
yeah,
and that shit, I quit cold turkey just like that.
yeah, yeah.
Uh,
The last experience was enough for us, and it was a good night. It was a good night. We had different laughs, different tears, good stuff, bad stuff, conversations and shit. You know how it goes. It's hours and hours and hours. But at the end of it, we were both like, that was it.
yeah.
Huh.
No more.
Weird.
Yeah. And actually will never do it again. Like I'll never do cocaine again. I'll never do Xanax again. Even if it was
I hope
prescribed to me
I
by a
Cool
never do any
on.
physician.
of that stuff again.
Cool on.
But I'm
No, I
gonna
wouldn't.
say I won't say never ever.
I can say that I've gone as far as I could go on those things, right?
I
Like
know
I've
what I'm saying is like I tell them no, I'm not gonna take your pain pills and stuff like that. But I'm starting to feel pain that I don't know if it's I'm going to be able
right.
to handle much more of what I feel. You know what I mean?
Well,
I,
Yeah.
there's a
it, it,
difference. There's a difference
to
between
the
taking
point you're feeling
medicines.
like this.
There's a difference between taking medicines or drugs because you're trying to experience this feeling and go on this, trip. And when you need to take medicines for pain management. Like my mother developed, what is the chronic pain disorder where you feel it everywhere? Fibromyalgia
Yeah.
late in life, and she started experiencing like this widespread pain disorder, and it stifled her. And my mom was she was a hardcore bitch. She was in the army. She was like Tracy. Okay, you know Tracy. You may
Tracy
not know Tracy.
Moore.
Tracy Moore. She was take take no survivors kind of bitch. She was hardcore. Okay, and the fibromyalgia changed the game for her. Like it was a pain disorder that she wasn't prepared
Yeah.
for, didn't
It's fucked
understand,
up.
and it stifled her in her movement. And so I feel that. But for me personally, as far as like experimental drugs go, I think I've experimented as much as I will on meth or on Xanax or on cocaine.
Right.
I
I
wouldn't.
ain't gonna.
I
I
wouldn't.
ain't going to go out looking for a new drug no more.
Yeah, and actually never tried crack, and I never tried shrooms. I never tried acid, and I've heard great things about shrooms, but I don't think I'll ever do those either, just because of where I am now. You know, where I am now, I could have a shot and smoke 2 blunts and have a great night. I could take a Benadryl and set it off. But if I do much outside of that, I might be going too far. You know? So I don't know. I'm kind of low key now. I was a lot more experimental earlier on.
Right? The good old young days.
Yeah. In college, I was going on quercetin trips and like robo tripping, and people would just hand me concoctions of pills and be like, "Take this." I'm like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
wherever we're going, mate,
Yeah.
we're going together. Turn on some Feist. Let's listen to this shit. We're gonna have a party." You know. Now I'm like, there was this one time that I plopped too hard when I was sitting in a beanbag chair, and I think I had a pre-cardiac experience. And so now I'm very apprehensive about like roller coasters or
Oh God.
or like uppers. I'm afraid if I drink an energy drink, I'm gonna have a stroke. So I take it very seriously. Like, to keep my
What the hell? From
I,
sitting in a beanbag chair?
no, okay, so like I literally plopped in a beanbag chair one time, and you can look it up. I had a vasovagal event. So a vasovagal reflex is a natural reflex. It's actually when you're a baby and someone tilts you backwards, it's the thing that makes you erect again. It's the thing that makes you sit up and reach out to not fall. But that vasovagal reflex as an adult can make you feel like your heart is stopping. And so I plopped one time in a chair and had a vasovagal reflex and was hospitalized, and they thought I was having a stroke. But it was just like I had like plopped down in a certain kind of way that my body was like, "Oh, all systems go. He's dead. He's dying. This is over
Oh
with."
God.
All systems.
God.
And so like I'm like sitting in the chair, short of breath, flop sweat, thinking I'm dying, having a heart attack, and I got hospitalized, but it was just my vasovagal reflex from plopping in that beanbag chair.
That's crazy.
And that's what I
That is
mean. Like,
crazy.
I am not a young hog. I did too much meth. I need to sit
Did you
still. I
learn
am.
not to plop in chairs anymore?
Yes, I don't plop in chairs. I do like the sound bowl meditations. Like I'm trying to be Zen with God. Like I'm
Mm.
doing all the things. I take blood pressure medicine. Like I'm doing all the things, girl. I'm trying not to check out too soon.
I
But
just took my blood pressure meds. When the last time I had my camera turned off?
I like I was in my 20s when this happened, and it was a wake up call. It was a wake up call. I was like, I stopped drinking soda pop. I stopped eating salt. I lost a lot of weight. I exercised with my wife. My wife got super healthy, and I started exercising with her. Like the when I had that vasovagal reflex, it was a wake up call, but mostly it was just like you think you know your body, and then one day your body does something. You're like, what the fuck was that? And you
Yeah.
realize that
That's
these
how I felt
systems,
last year when I passed out twice and I didn't know what the fuck happened.
right?
That
These
shit's
systems,
crazy.
Yeah,
they run it.
I did one where I just flopped out on the concrete,
Oh,
and
Yeah, I passed out.
my dad told me that right before I flopped, I said, I think I held my breath too long, and then just flopped over backwards. And I figured out what I had been doing was, I've had lower back surgery and shit. So what I've been doing is holding my breath, clenching up while I was walking around and shit.
when you were in
Yeah.
pain.
Yeah.
That's such a
So,
crazy
and what?
thing, and you can absolutely make yourself pass out like that.
Yeah.
I
I,
have
I looked. I looked up, my eyes open, and they were standing above me, looking down. I'm like, what the fuck?
I
Uh-huh.
have I have something called cricolaryngopharyngeal dysfunction disorder, and essentially what that means is that all the muscles in your larynx, pharynx, in your throat, right there where you breathe and swallow, occasionally will cramp up in a way that's not very controllable. And so sometimes I will, not thinking about it, hold my breath until I pass out because I'm trying not to breathe in things like dust. Usually
Yeah.
just dust. Like so imagine like someone around you is shaking out a blanket or something, and you're like, oh, and kind of like makes you feel a little nervous. So you clench up a bit. Well, I will do that and hold my breath, and not notice that I'm holding my breath until then suddenly I'm dizzy and tired.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's actually classified as an ARFID, which is a avoidance restrictive food intake disorder or a eating disorder.
Huh.
But I've struggled with it for many years. It started with soda. I used to drink soda, and I would take a swallow of soda, and when I took the swallow, I would feel like I started to swallow it, but then it would not want to go down. It would like go up, go down, go up, go down. Like you know how sometimes you
Weird.
swallow soda, it bites a little bit. That's how
Weird.
it started.
I get a problem with Dr. Pepper. It'll like go halfway down and then feel like it exploded
That
into just foam.
that's how it started, and it just got worse and worse and worse over the years to where like certain food textures, certain food smells will induce it.
That's
A lot of
crazy.
fluids, but also not just that. It's something that happens. It's like psychosomatic, so it happens sometimes when I see dust or dust particles in the air, smoke or something like that, and I don't even think about it. It's not something I'm like aware of when it's occurring, but it's most common in people who've had strokes because something we don't realize as adults is you learned how to swallow. You
Yeah,
learned how
you
to
know what?
swallow.
I've been choking on shit, and before she died, my mom says, "I think you've had a stroke." And the more I think about it, the more it's like one side of my throat I keep choking on shit, and maybe I
I
have.
had
Maybe
I have that same problem, but I went through like hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of testing to find out that it's called cricolaryngopharyngeal dysfunction. And essentially it
jeez,
is that when you swallow and breathe at the same time, that function you learn as a child when you're sucking on a nipple, you learn it as a child when you're on the nipple, that function is learned. And you can have events in life or you can have trauma to those areas of your body that cause your body to forget how to swallow properly. You can go see a speech pathologist.
hmm
Sometimes they can help teach you exercises um, that'll like correct the issue, and then other times there's is conditional. So sometimes like it'll be a stroke patient, or it'll be someone like me who has ARFID or like persistent interruptive disorder. I have a lot of problems eating because of it, and in those sort of situations, they can teach you how to like turn your head or hold your head when you're swallowing so that you don't aspirate, because it's the
yeah.
best you can do, you know.
Well, mine is a weird. It's almost like if I get it just in the right, I can find the right spot, so I know how to avoid it. But if I
Right.
swallow, then I'll get shit in my windpipe.
Well, what I
Hmm.
want to ask you is, are there certain things you avoid because the texture is
No,
challenging and you're often going to choke on it, like popcorn or
no. But well, yeah, popcorn will stick to the back of my tongue, and
right?
but that's part of wearing dentures. You get this gap in between there where you just there's a spot where shit can land on the back of your tongue, and popcorn kernel shells can
Do you
can
have
land right there.
do you still have your tonsils?
Yes.
Yes, see that's a complicator too. So a lot of people who have like a swallowing disorder, tonsils, that's a game changer. But it's actually really common. Like people don't talk about it, but a lot of people have some kind of food intake disorder is how it's qualified. Like a food intake disorder is just anytime you're trying to swallow, if it gives you trouble, food intake disorder. And it is actually one of the loosest classification of a eating disorder. So like you
Well,
think of eating disorder and you think bulimia or anorexia, that's the most extreme. But there's other forms of eating disorders, like people who have had strokes, people who are disabled.
it's a purely medical issue or a purely
Right.
muscular issue or
Yeah.
something like that.
Like food
Hmm.
intake disorder is separate from eating disorder, but they're all classified in the same triangle in the medical
Yeah,
dictionary.
it's functionally in the same category.
Yeah.
You can't intake food if you can't swallow.
So technically, I'm eating disordered, but it is a food intake disorder, not an elective or psychosomatic disorder like bulimia or anorexia.
Right.
It's like a functional disorder. So there's a lot of shit I can't eat. Like rice. I love rice, y'all. So many different types of rice are my favorite kind of rice, and it's just one of the most challenging textures to eat. I've been hospitalized a few times, and they've had to suck out shit that got in my windpipe because aspiration is so common with people who have the thing that I have. And I can easily feel it when it happens. They say you actually don't have filling in your respiratory tract, but I would argue you do. You
I
can
have
feel
sucked.
it.
I have sucked a piece of popcorn into my lung and didn't get it out for a couple weeks. And when I coughed it out, it was gross looking.
Yeah,
And I felt it come out of my lung.
There you go. That's right. And like I'm telling you, you can feel that shit. They say you can't, but you actually really can. Whenever I've had an obstruction, I felt it, and it was like, honey, I think I inhaled something, and I ended up at the hospital, and I had inhaled something. The largest something that I've inhaled was a piece of chicken, but like it could be any old thing for
Oh,
anyone
good
who has.
God.
What the fuck?
Yeah, mine was
And-
just like that popcorn kernel skin.
Oh
Your,
yeah, that shit sucks.
Your body's actually capable of breaking down anything that gets in your windpipe if it's a natural something. So if it's like chicken or a vegetable or something like that, over time it will break it down and move it out. But if the obstruction is large enough, it can suffocate you. So that's the reason why if you feel like you've inhaled something, you should go to the hospital. And
Those popcorn kernels, those are particularly tough plant
Right.
cellulose. You might want to
exactly.
go because they're going to take a long time to break down if you don't cough it out.
I didn't really believe with much, certainty before I went to the hospital one time and did a swallow test, like an X-ray swallow test. They make you swallow all kinds of different shit in front of an X-ray machine to see what's happening. Before that, I didn't really believe that there was anything dangerous happening. And when I did the barium swallow test, they saw that I was aspirating a lot of food and liquid when I was swallowing. And so then I suddenly took note and adjusted my diet because of it. So
This
the
is deep.
smaller the particles that you eat, the easier it is to cough up.
Useful knowledge, though.
If you're eating like mashed potatoes, you can cough that up easy to put in pie. But if you're eating rice, that particle is larger, so it's harder to get out. And there's certain types of meat that break down easier and easier to get in and out. And it's a lot of stuff I did not know before I had the swallowing problem. Because for years, I was a binge eater. I was like a 10 plate at the China buffet kind of guy.
Yeah.
It just happened one day.
True. I'd be pissed if I couldn't eat rice.
Yeah, no, it threw a huge wrench in the game. I love to fucking eat. I'm sure you've seen me cook and shit. Like I love to eat, but it changed the game for me a little bit. I used to go to the China buffet on the reg. On the reg. I am 100% that bitch that went to the China buffet, and my first 3 rounds I ate nothing but meat so I could get all the proteins in before I started to fill up on the fluff. I got 2 seafood plates and a meat plate for the first 2 rounds.
Yep.
You reckless.
I love the China buffet too much. And I know ain't none of it good for you, but I don't give a damn. Like, if we're going to die for something, give me that cheesy crab meat bag. Hit me. Really.
Cheesy crab meat bags.
Yeah.
That's good shit.
Yeah.
I love me some buns or whatever they're called.
Fuck yeah.
Is that what they're called? Wontons? No.
The crab ragoons?
Rangoons. Yeah.
Those are
Yes.
good.
Fuck it. We made those homemade one time, and they were lit.
I just want egg rolls.
The yield is ridiculous too when you make them at home. I want to know how to make that cheesy crab meat bake. I want to know how to make that Italian seafood dish. I would like the secrets to chicken on a stick.
Oh, I love chicken on a stick. Chicken on a stick is
secret.
dangerous when you're drinking. It
The
looks like
secret.
it looks like beef jerky on the steering wheel the next morning.
I know the secret.
What are the secrets?
The secret to chicken on a stick is that it's actually rat on a stick.
I'm okay with that.
It's chihuahua on a stick. It is horse on the stick. This is possum
You
on
never
a
know. Shit, it could be. They got to do something with their
Skunk.
horse meat.
Skunk on a stick.
Skunk on a stick.
Probably a thing somewhere.
I love how like at the China buffet they always have one whole aisle that's full of shit that you don't know what it is. It's totally questionable, but you bound to try something. So it's like that cream cheese and spinach dish. It's like that loaded baked potato, but it looks disappointing, but you still gonna try it dish. It's like a wonton noodle full of cheese, and you don't know what it's about, but you're gonna pick it up and try one dish. You know, like that one aisle. Like, that whole aisle is filled up with shit. Just sat at my table with a confused look whenever I tasted something.
Ashley, you must be getting hungry, fucker.
God damn, I wish we had delivery.
I know, right?
What do I have? I think I have something in the kitchen. Should I get hungry?
I got Butterfinger ice cream.
I made actually I made some kind of like seafood dish tonight for dinner. I had shrimp scampi earlier, and then I took like my scampi butter and sauteed some crab meat in it, and sprinkled some cheddar cheese over it, and spread it out flat in a baking dish and baked it. So I'm gonna dip some Doritos in that shit, like a dip later on when I'm done here. So that is a recovery meal, and then. My wife is actually, she likes to coupon shop, so couponers go at night, so she's at night shopping right now. And whenever she gets home, she's going to come home with some extra shit for me to chew on.
Yeah, because a bunch of people, you don't want to stand there and put your coupons on the fucking thing for them to have to go through, yeah.
Right. If you're gonna
Stores ain't even open late around here anymore.
Oh, I done told you, we never closed. Georgia never closed.
Neither did Arizona.
Georgia was like... When Georgia first, when Corona happened, everybody shut down, and Georgia was like, "Okay, we would like it very much if you guys wore a mask and did not go to the grocery store."
Our bars and restaurants shut down for like a 2-month period.
Yeah.
But then they opened back up and haven't fucking stopped since.
Everything shut down for 2 weeks, except for grocery stores, banks, restaurants. Anything that sold food stayed open. Anything that was a gas station stayed open. Anything city-oriented or health-oriented stayed open. Police stayed open. Fire station, so on and so forth. School shut down and other shit shut down for 2 weeks, and then everything opened right back up. And then Georgia's approach was, if you're going to get sick, you're bound to get sick, so you best do all the things you should do to be safe. And then if you still get sick, we hope you
get right with Jesus in case he takes you today.
Right. If you do RIP, pray now before you're dead. And then when the whole nation was like, oh no, there's like extra strains going on. Shit's fixing to get sick again. Georgia, municipalities in Georgia released statements letting people know, if you are an at-risk population, stay the fuck at home. We are staying open. People need their money. Don't die. And so shit is bound to stay open this time. Like, they don't give a damn. And I have mixed feelings on it. Partly, I'm like I live in a community where everyone's really old. So I always wear my mask. I always do my hand sanitizers. I'm trying to protect them from me. Okay? I'm not trying to protect me from them. I'm trying to protect them from me in case I'm sick. Or I'm trying to protect other people from my germs. But that being said, I live in a state of people who don't give a flying fuck. All the old people I see, maskless. None of them wearing a glove. And I'm just like, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, I'm wearing a glove and a mask so you don't die. Why are you not wearing a mask? You are 83 years old.
Yeah, I mean? Yeah. But, Arizona's the same way with the retirement communities as Florida is. Yeah. It's all golf courses. It's all old people in golf courses, no masks. They're out there playing golf.
Where I am is all retired military, just like a bunch of old military folks. And so they strong-headed and think they done survived fucking 3 wars. They can handle a little COVID. If they ain't scared, they're American. And so people here don't give a fuck. And I'm trying to be like cautious for them. And they're walking around not giving a fuck.
Right.
Just hardened old dudes who are like, I lived through the first 4 H1N1s. This one don't have shit on me. I'm just saying.
True.
Well, out here, there's a gold mine up by Wickenburg, which is the town to the northwest of us. It was one of the three choices for the state capital back in the day when they decided on state capital. But it's a small city just northwest of us on the highway towards Vegas. And there's the old gold mine out there. And there's 2 rows in the graveyard that's across the dirt road from it.
Mhm.
And those 2 rows are all children, all from the Spanish
what?
The Spanish flu, the 1918 flu.
Right.
Huh.
They
Pandemic.
like every kid in the fucking in the mining town died, is what I'm saying. They had like a whole generation missing because of that flu.
There's actually a like I don't know if you know what a taphophile is, but a taphophile is someone who's kind of like low key obsessed, interested in, and visits graveyards, tombstones.
Oh,
or,
then
like,
I'm one of
mortuaries and
those.
things. Yeah, I'm a taphophile also, and there's baby gardens in a lot of antiquitous cemeteries because of the Spanish flu.
Yep.
Like Columbus Oldest Cemetery, my hometown's oldest cemetery, both of them have what's called a baby garden from that period of time, from how many
Mhm.
children died.
It's
Disgusting.
insane. It's scary.
Isn't that a choice word, baby garden?
Well,
But that's
yeah,
what they're
that
what they
weirdo
call.
Zane went and fucking stayed and hung out in a baby cemetery.
Yeah,
And I was like, why? Why would they bury all babies somewhere?
that's fine. Because it was just
Because it was in 1918 and now all the babies died all at once.
yeah. This is before. This is like pre-Tylenol, pre-penicillin, and they didn't really have a lot of defenses against natural diseases. And a
And the
newborn
flu was particularly bad that year.
and a mother who had just had a child were both like particularly at risk. It was very commonplace actually. When women would get married, they would have 2 dresses made at the same day. They would be measured, and from the same material their wedding dress was cut. They would have a funerary dress cut, and they would hang their funerary dress in their closet and keep it just in case,
In
because
case they died giving birth.
it was so common that they would die from their first or second birth that was the practice. Isn't that crazy? But it was like the
Yes.
practice for 100, 200 years that women who got married would have the same material for their wedding and funerary dresses because childbirth was dangerous and because disease was rampant whenever women were like in a weakened state in their immune system after childbirth or the children themselves too. Yeah.
It is pretty fucking crazy how times changed over the years.
It is. I grew up in an antebellum South, so a lot of the great big buildings that you come to know and be like, oh, I love this building. Yeah, who built this? Who built this house? What is this? Where did this come from? And then you do a little research, and it's like some tragic ass late 17, early 1800s bullshit. And they're like, oh, this family was like rich and rich and rich and rich, and then a railroad disaster, and then all their babies died, and then the last woman of the family died insane with 10 cats in 1833, and she's buried in the local cemetery, and you can find her grave. Like, this is her house. But there's a lot of that shit.
Yeah.
A lot. And because I'm a
Where
historian.
where I lived in Arkansas for a while, there was a graveyard that they called the Infidels Graveyard, which was a graveyard that a bunch of accused witches had been buried in.
Nice.
Hmm.
I love that
It was,
bird.
yeah,
That bird is telling us we're beautiful.
yeah, he does.
You hear him over there.
Yes, indeed. He's a lover bird.
He's like,
He's
"Please
my
pay me
good boy."
attention. I need lovin's. That's what I hear.
Yeah, but he's covered up. He went inside and for the night, and they got covered up. Now he's just jealous. I'm talking to you guys.
That's too funny. You
They
say woo
form
woo.
Mm,
supernatural bonds, and so the way he feels attached to you is like extracurricular. So that you're sitting up awake, he's probably telling you it's past your bedtime. He's probably saying if you're
Mm-hmm.
awake, I should be awake. He's probably saying you should have eaten and curled up with me by now and gone to bed. Like the way that those animals come to know the people that they are habituated around is supernatural because they're a highly social species.
that
So the way they
motherfucker will bite me in the weirdest places if he catches me sleeping and wants me to get up in the day. Because I give them free roam. I give both of them free roam during the day. They're covered up at night just to give them darkness, to give them
yeah,
complete darkness.
so they'll rest. Yeah.
Yeah,
We did that with our birds when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Like whenever the sun was set, we would cover their cages so that they would relax and not pay so much attention to the movement around
It's the
them.
only time they shut up.
but I have blackout curtains too.
You have to.
Yeah.
Me and the birds can sleep till noon and stay up till midnight.
And
You
that's
know what I
because they
mean?
will wake up with first light.
Mm-hmm.
Their diurnal clock is so much more sensitive than ours.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I love birds. I love birds. My mother has a severe allergy, so I've never had birds as pets. I've homed a few in between rehoming them, because
Yep.
I live in a place where there's not a lot of people who are bird smart, and so you end up with people who adopt birds that live for 30 years. They don't know how to take care of them, and then they give them up because they don't have the means to do it. And so I've housed several in between. I don't like. I don't think that I'm capable of having a 30-year bird. So I will house them until they get to the next place, right? Until they get
Right.
to an owner who is prepared, set up, they know what they're doing, they've had a few. But I've fostered a lot of animals in between because I love animals. Not, I want them to be okay. But here, there's just so many people who adopt animals they don't understand because they have a big heart before they realize the responsibilities, and so you end up with like a lot of exotic animals in the pet trade that don't have a safe place to be or they're not being like properly housed. And so anytime I see that or I see them like on an adoption list, I snatch them up and find a proper home for them. I grew up on
Yeah.
a horse farm and we rehabilitated racehorses and
That
fucking
was so funny. He just keeps going and going.
service horses. And so like
Yeah.
my
Yeah. Well, my brother owned horses as a kid because he just wanted horses.
yeah,
So
Huh.
yeah.
growing up around those
As
horses
a
and
kid?
Well, yeah. As a teenager, he wanted his horse. He got a horse. He went and bought it.
Hmm. That's cool though. So did you get to ride it?
Yeah, we used to ride all the time. We ended up with like at one time there were like 5 horses here.
Damn. What were you gonna say about a horse, Aggle?
oh, I was just saying like growing up around horses, like rehabilitating horses and I don't know, horses are really big and really strong and really
Mm-hmm.
scary. And I'm actually extremely nervous around animals. And then dealing with them and learning that they are actually very attuned to you as a human being and whether or not you're violent, whether or not you have good intentions, whether or not you're trying to be gentle with them, taught me a lot about animals. And so that's where my want to help animals and rehabilitate animals kind of came from. And so before we were pet owners, we were foster parents for a lot of animals along the way. And all the animals we have are animals we adopted because they would probably end up in a kill shelter. Um,
Yeah,
but that love for rehabilitating and caring about like an animal's needs started at the horse farm. Because I remember as a child being afraid of horses, but also horses like one of the first times that I spent the night in a barn overnight. I fell asleep on the back of a horse, a Percheron named Taylor, and woke up on the back of that horse, Taylor, and he didn't move all night. Like he was so gentle,
that's great.
he was so loyal, he was like such a gentle, loving member of the family. That horse knew I was there and took care of me all night. You know what I mean? Like didn't move. And
Hmm.
so
There was an old cowboy that used to go to the bar over in the middle of our town, and he would ride his horse there, get absolutely shit-faced, then go climb on that horse, and that horse would walk home with him sleeping in the saddle.
That's so beautiful. And I believe because horses, like the way that they build family is completely different from some animals. But like if you're gentle and loving with a horse, the horse will respect you and love you too. You can't domineer a horse. A horse can only be ruled by trust. Like a horse doesn't do shit for you; it does shit because of you. You know, and so
Yeah.
like
Because it wants to.
right. It's like a different relationship than other animals. Like some people think they force their dogs into behaving, but a horse can't be forced. A horse has to trust you, and you teach it to do its natural behaviors for you when you ask it to. But those are natural behaviors from the horse, and
Yep.
it does it for you because it respects you because you respect it.
Right? Yeah, I agree though. There are animals that can fucking buck and get nuts at any time though. Fuck
Now,
yeah.
they are scary in this aspect. I was riding my horse one time, and I was riding down the middle of a street. I got lucky that I had an English saddle on, which is just that little leather pad with stirrups hanging off of it.
So you can get caught on it.
You know, like a jockey would ride.
Yeah.
Yeah. I learned about
And,
riding styles. English was really hard for me though.
But I was riding on the English saddle, and a swarm of chihuahuas came running out of a yard, and my horse just spooked and went straight up and back over and landed in the middle of my fucking chest.
Damn.
Oh shit.
It knocked the wind out of me, man. But he jumped up and he was off running towards home instantly. Pow, he was gone.
Mm.
I don't know if
I'm
you watch
running out
YouTube,
there.
but I've been lucky enough that if I've fallen, I fell to the side. Like I've rolled in a few ditches with horses also, but I've been stepped on once, but I've never had a horse fall.
Y'all are nuts.
Well, see, I grew up on a horse farm, so like when we used to break horses, and we used to we used to get horses who had been abused, and so we're like rehabbing horses and breaking wild horses. And to break a wild horse takes so many different exercises, but one of them is getting on the horse and falling off the fucking horse until it's okay with your weight. So you just get on the horse and it's gonna throw you. And then you're gonna get on the horse again, and it's gonna fucking throw you. And my grandfather would start with the smallest grandchild. Well, you start with a weighted blanket, then you put a saddle on the horse. Once you get the horse wearing the saddle without it bucking constantly, you put the lightest grandchild on the horse, and so on and so forth until you have a full-size man on the horse and the horse isn't throwing it.
Huh.
But breaking a horse is a process. Horses don't want to be ridden. That's like a training process that occurs. If they're like foals and they deal with it their whole lives, they're a little more, they take to it a little quicker, but people do adopt wild horses and break them.
Yep.
And that's what I grew up doing. So I've been thrown from many a horse. Because my grandfather would be like, get on that horse. I'm like, do I have to get on that horse? He's like, you have to get on that horse.
I would have never guessed.
And it was mostly Percherons and Clydesdales that we broke on our farm. And that's a big fucking stock horse.
Yeah.
They're heavy, they're big, and they are gentle giants. If you spend a lot of time with a Clydesdale, they will develop a trust with you, and you can break them very easily without a lot of like violence, without breaking a bone. But still, when a Clydesdale's running downhill and you get thrown off of it, that shit hurts. So
you're high up.
Yeah. And they move fast. Like, yeah, I got a lot of force behind them.
I had what was Peruvian. Do you know what a Peruvian paso is?
Yeah.
It's a small walking horse, like a miniature Tennessee Walker. I had one of those, and my brother had a thoroughbred. I could be on my little Peruvian paso, and it felt like I was going 100 miles. I feel like I'm going 100 mile an hour. And then my brother would run past me on the thoroughbred, and it looked like she was in slow motion taking big old strides. Woof, and just go right by me.
See, on our horse farm, both my cousins had Arabians, and I had an Appaloosa, and my mom had a Tennessee Walker. So
Mhm.
they're all very different horses. Appaloosas are actually very lazy, and they're
My
not
bro- My brother also had an Appaloosa, a white Appaloosa, the white ones with the blue spots.
hmm
Hmm.
Yeah, it's a very sweet horse. Like they're very loyal, very gentle horses, but they're much more lazy than like an Arabian or a Tennessee
It
Walker.
was
And
it
so,
was completely fine with my brother, but it didn't like anybody else. It would bite people. It was a mean
yeah,
bitch to everybody else. Yeah,
yeah, mine was a
it
lazy
would reach out and pinch your skin and yank it.
Fuck that.
My Appaloosa was named Savannah, and Savannah was very lazy. Like she was very sleepy. She was not trying to do anything. She wanted to stay in the shade. Whenever we did like wagon trains and shit, we were always lagging behind because she was just not a highly motivated horse. But she was also very gentle. So there were other animals on the farm that she was gentle to that was not really in a horse's nature. So she took a lot of time to be gentle with the mules and the goats. And we had some great big goats and mules and 2 cows on the farm, and she was gentle with them also. Meanwhile, the other animals were not too preoccupied with those. Like the nature of horses is very different depending on the breed.
Yeah, I think it would have been cool to be on a farm, but fuck all that. It's like dirty.
It was. I spent my formative years growing up on the farm. My grandfather used to take us to the farm at like 3:30 in the morning. We worked at the farm until like 5, and then go home, take a bath, get ready for school. So I thought that was normal. Like we were, he was a Great Depression child and military, and we thought it was normal to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and go play on the farm, and then take a shower and get ready to go to school. It was not until I was a grown ass person that I realized nobody else had that experience.
That is nuts.
It was very commonplace. Like we had a dumpster, like a garbage bin with the top, right? In my life, we had one of those behind the house full of horse shit because we lived on a horse farm, and we would like take shit and fill up that dumpster and use it in the garden. But other people didn't have this. Like,
That's what I grow my weed in, dude. Is horse shit.
yeah, and like other people didn't have a horse shit dumpster,
Hmm.
and I just didn't know that it was a weird thing. Like we grew grapes.
We got a
and
big
mules.
pile. We got a big pile in the corner of the yard.
And it's great fertilizer. It does the trick.
When we had horses, we had so much of it that we would give it away to the school across the streets, and they would fertilize their lawns, the playground lawns, with it.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I don't really particularly remember harvesting it and taking it because where our farm was several miles down the road from where our house was as a child. And I remember driving between the two locations. I don't really remember like scooping up the shit and taking it from one place to the other, but I definitely remember the shit dumpster at my grandma's house. There was like a normal trash dumpster, and then right beside it was a shit dumpster from which we would occasionally have to fork out some horse shit for the garden. You know? And like that's not something everybody else has a memory of, but to me, totally commonplace. Didn't think anything about it. It was never out of place. And then I'm comparing memories with other people as an adult. And I'm like, what? You had a dumpster full of
It's not out of place for horse people though.
Right.
It's not. That is common horse.
We also showed horses and barrel raced and stuff, like other horse activities. I remember getting into a lot of different festivals and stuff growing up. But you know, when I reached adulthood, like I felt so far removed from that. I don't know. We hadn't been on the farm with my grandparents since I was maybe 8, 9 years old. So I felt very far removed from that. But now, even still, I feel like it shaped my experience. When I share my childhood with people like, you had horses. The fuck?
Yeah. At one time we had 5 of them here, and you gotta stay on top of keeping water in the trough here because it gets hot. It gets really
I can
fucking
imagine.
hot.
But it's a whole different game there.
Well, like they say, it's a dry heat. Well, yeah, but it makes your water go empty the water evaporates and disappears. It doesn't just linger. When it's steamy, it steams away. It doesn't just linger as steam. You know,
Yeah.
it really the when
And you,
it's never high humidity here unless it's raining.
do you still have horses now? I heard you mention earlier
No,
you still have like livestock or pets and stuff there.
we have lots of pets. I mean, not lots, but we've had a whole bunch more throughout our history here at this property. But at one time we had like fucking 12 dogs or something because we're kind of like a edge of town. People go dump dogs in the desert and they run up and they come up and eat some dog food off the porch and
Right.
they stay kind of place, you know.
Yeah, I feel it. I'm actually on the edge of town too, and that happens here a lot. Somebody recently, since I've been here, and I've only been here since December or January, somebody dumped a family of 9 golden retrievers right next to my house.
That's
They were
insane.
the most beautiful dogs I've ever seen. And we had such a hard time trying to catch them all and get them into the local. There's one non-kill shelter here locally, so we had such a hard time trying to get them there. And then the next thing that happened, like less than 2 weeks after that, somebody dropped the most beautiful ash gray Great Dane. She had a white nose and white paws and a white tip on her tail. She was the most beautiful dog I have ever seen in my whole life. And somebody dropped her off back here, and I was like,
Oh,
"How?" I wanted to keep her. I wanted so bad to keep her, but my wife
yeah.
wouldn't let me, and so we had to find her a new home. But like, people just be dropping shit over here all
Yeah, that happens
the
here too. And if we didn't let them come up and drink, they would die out here. You
I
know.
couldn't believe somebody would leave that dog out here. She was so nice. She was so beautiful. Such a beautiful dog. Short hair, Great Dane with a white nose and white paws and a white tip on her tail. She was like ash gray all over. She had great big, dark black eyes or whatever. She's super cute.
What do you think about this law? This is an Arizona law. It is illegal to refuse to give someone a drink of water here.
I think that's perfect. Here in the
I
South,
know.
in Georgia, in the summertime, people will be putting water bottles in their mailbox for the mailman because you can
Yep.
have a heat stroke out here. People see when if you see someone walking down the side of the street, like they on a bike or they definitely walking a long distance, you
Well,
will go pick up a water bottle and take it back to them because
back there you can get
heat
heat
stroke is
stroke
real.
when it's 85 because your body sweat don't evaporate because it's already too humid.
Yeah, right. Like
So you end up your heat's trapped in you and it just doesn't go nowhere.
it is a very real thing here. Actually, I don't know if you've heard. Like, I think
Here
people
here
judge
it's
people.
more of a sunstroke.
Yeah, I think people judge people in the South for looking ratchet, but the tea is it's so goddamn hot that you're allowed to take off as many clothes as you need to not die.
Right,
So
right.
if you see somewhere, you see someone who
That,
should not be wearing Daisy Dukes and a midriff shirt, like with
they
no
wander around in
sleeves.
bikinis here.
The reason is
There's no beach, and they
they're
wander around
trying
in
not to
bikinis.
die from a heat stroke. They got on flip
Yeah.
flops because it's too damn hot for shoes. Ignore their hooves. They're trying not to die from a heat stroke.
That's
So
good
yeah,
shit.
right now so it's like February. It's very chilly still, but about mid March it'll get warm here. It'll just be hot as fuck ever after.
I can't go out in my greenhouse in the middle of the day. It's too hot in there for me. I need to transplant and get my plants outside. Otherwise, they're going to start wilting in the heat on me.
When I was in the West, I didn't get to experience summer heat. I only got to experience winter dryness, and so I know what a dry winter snow feels like. I wouldn't have known that unless I lived in Utah in the winter, but I've never experienced spring or summer in the Midwest or in the West. So I can't really fathom that. But what I do remember being there in the winter and it was like arid conditions when I arrived with no chance of snow and then I went through Bryce Canyon and there was a blizzard and there was 8 foot of snow in the blizzard. And so I went from no snow
in
to 8 foot of
Phoenix,
snow.
In Phoenix, the
snow.
worst winter day would probably be a pleasant spring day to you.
Yeah.
In Phoenix or in Tucson, in mid to southern Arizona.
I was telling you earlier that rock lawn.
Mhm.
I would love that rock lawn. Like, that's
They
so-
have. You can find some that are like glued down and spray painted green to try and look like grass. It's so horrible.
I want a
It's-
rock lawn that's like part established rock lawn, part sustainable gardening. So like, evergreen plants, like hardy evergreen plants like snake's tongue and jades and shit, cacti that can handle the heat. Like I would love a lawn that was low maintenance like that.
Yeah.
Compared to here where we are, you have to really be involved in your garden 3 times a year. Like you have to keep grass cut, you have to manage your beds, there's like spring shit lasts a long time, summer shit lasts a long time, fall shit lasts a long
With rock
time.
lawns, a lot of what you see is like golden barrel cactuses, which are the little round ones with the golden needles,
Yeah.
and yuccas and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
That's what you see here in the yards that have the rock lawns and palm trees.
I was kind of shook when you were telling me earlier that a lot of people still have grass out there.
Oh well, yeah. It's the
That they
retirement
maintain?
communities. It's the retirement communities that have the rock lawns.
That they would maintain a grass lawn in such an arid environment seems very frivolous.
Well, like
But-
there's parts of Glendale where the houses are built in areas that used to be farm fields and still get floodwatered from the water reclamation plant.
Things you
So
wouldn't
they
know.
get reclaimed water floodwatered for their lawn. So that's how they maintain a green lawn in such an arid environment. So like twice a month they get to put it like 6 inches deep in water,
Yeah. Things you wouldn't know.
like a rice paddy.
Arizona.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Actually, if you look at the state of Georgia, if you imagine there was a diagonal line running from the Gulf up towards like South Carolina, that line that cuts through the state of Georgia is the Nat line. So everything below that line used to be underneath the ocean. Everything above that line is the Piedmont, pretty fertile, pretty good soil. Well,
Right.
everything below that line is the flood fields. So all our natural riverbeds would flood there seasonally, and the native populations, the Aboriginal populations that live here, would take advantage of those flood fields. They'd put their plants there, and when the floods happened, they'd have like
Yeah,
really
they did the
expensive
same thing the
agriculture.
Egyptians did in the Nile Delta.
Yeah. And so whenever like it was colonized, they didn't utilize land the same way, and they built a lot of establishments in those same flood fields, those same like flooding areas, and so like rampant floods are
Yeah.
all through the history of Georgia because they were building in the wrong areas. But now they've kind of managed the rivers in a way that it doesn't happen.
Well, it's like New Orleans. New Orleans is goddamn built below sea level. What do you expect when a fucking hurricane hits it? You know?
Yeah. They weren't really thinking about it when they put that shit there, but now
Uh-uh.
they're like, oh, now I see why they were doing it that way.
Hey.
So, where I live is one of those flooding areas. Like it's off the side of a river that would have naturally been the flooding fields, but because it's a managed river now with so many different dams and shit that control the flow, it doesn't flood the same
No
way.
sediment makes it.
Right.
So the river just trickles out into the ocean.
Right, and we do still have like flooding areas, but they're very controlled compared to what they might have been before they managed the river. So like the river
Yeah,
might,
well,
might
the
have like 30
deltas
dams on it now.
would have been built by sediment.
Yeah.
Is why that happens.
Yeah. And the city that runs through my hometown, that it's named and it's in the native language as the Bubbling Waters, clear Bubbling Waters. Actually, I think is how it translates. But it's not actually clear anymore. It's kind of murky because of all the dams up and down the river and the silt.
What's the name?
I don't want to say. Is it just the 3 of us?
Oh, yeah. I was just wondering what the native word was. is why
Is
I
it
was
just the
at.
three of us, Jesse?
Yeah.
I see a zero.
The name of the river is Okmulgee, and what it means is clear bubbling waters, or like clear bubbling.
That's cool.
Okmulgee, it bubbles upward, or something like that. And the Mississippian culture settled here on our riverbanks in ancient times, some
Mhm.
14 to 40,000 years ago. And then there's, the city I grew up in is built around the same Indian mounds that were there from 40,000 years ago. And the river runs right through the city. But the river now does not run clear. But I'm a historian. If you read the accounts from 200 years ago, before there were all the dams, the river was still running clear. Like you could see river rocks in the foot of the river because the water was so tumultuous. There were no sediment buildups, but
Mhm.
those sediment buildups occurred because of industrialization. They had hydroelectric dams all up and down the river, and
Mm.
grinding stone dams to grind grain and shit up
Yep.
and down up and down the rivers, and that kind of
Yeah,
slowed
mills.
down. Yeah,
Mills. Yeah.
mills, and it slowed down the flow of the river, and also it inhibited the natural species of plants and fish that would have been in the river, and so our rivers are murky now, but historically, less than 200 years ago, they ran clear.
So, because of that story, I want to tell you about the nearest river to me because it has a native name also. It's called the Hasayampa River,
Hmm.
and that translates to upside down river. Most of the river, the water is below the sand. If you go out into this desert out here and go into the river bottom, it looks completely dry. But if you go to the middle of that river bottom, you can dig like 2 feet down in the sand and it'll fill up with water.
Oh wow!
Mm,
Yeah.
Oh wow!
crazy.
That's so interesting. And is there like a lot of plants and stuff that grow along the side of the river there? Like, are there
See,
things to signify that
there
there's water there?
there used to be, but there is above where the washes run in from the old gold mine. Problem is at the old gold mine, they used mercury and it flowed down the washes and into that river bottom and it killed everything below there.
Yeah, yeah, and it will. Yeah, that's so interesting. Yeah, there's like a there where I grew up, the city that I grew up in is built around this mound complex that's 14,000 years old, and so my whole life growing up, like I was very aware of our colonizer presence around this, indigenous population that had built this ancient mound. And I was minutes away from it. So when I was a young warthog smoking weed and like raising hell, I'd go sit on top of the temple mound and smoke a blunt. Like I was just right there next to the river, sitting on the Indian mounds having a good old time. But while I was there being a fuckboy, I was also like developing this deep respect for what was there before us. And there was so much history there before us.
Right. Any of the Mesoamericans, like down here, is like you get where the Aztecs ranged. You get up into like there's a big giant cliff castle here. It's referred to as Montezuma's Castle, but it's a
Hmm.
giant cliff dwelling. And
From the
like,
indigenous people, from the
yeah,
yeah, nice.
no indigenous people. Yeah, from way before early settlement.
Yeah,
It was like a abandoned for well, not thousands but hundreds of years. When the first settlers came, it had already been abandoned, but
right.
I think they had been wiped out
By the Spanish whenever they
by the
arrived with all the
Spanish
diseases. Yeah.
in encounters down in Mexico.
Oh
I
yeah.
think that was just like a northern retreat for them or
Yeah.
something.
De Soto, one of the Spanish explorers, came through Georgia and he brought smallpox. Like, I guarantee. Like those first explorers, those first Dutch and Spanish explorers that made it to the mainland probably brought many diseases that interrupted the indigenous population.
Yeah.
Where we are, the people who built the mounds were long gone and forgotten, almost even by the people that existed here when colonizers arrived. The Creek and Muscogee people lived here when colonizers arrived, and they actually formed a relationship with the colonizers. bonded and traded with the colonizers and formed treaties with them and moved when asked to, for the most part, here and there across the state. It was unfair, clearly. Like, the colonizers did not do them any favors when they were moving them around. But in a lot of ways, Georgia's history is marked by a cooperation between the native people and the non-native people. And they were relocated over and over again throughout 120 years of history. But in that process, there was like very little bloodshed that occurred in the way of wars and stuff. And so there was actually a few wars, but not the same way in other places. And so it's just like a very well documented history of like the movement of people across time. But also because of that, we know that the mounds we have here, the people who lived here whenever colonizers got here, they didn't even know who the mounds belonged to. They were like, oh, we don't know who built these mounds. Like, we don't know what they were doing here. We don't know what they were going for.
Right.
But like, because I'm an avid historian, if you do some research into the Mississippian culture, there was like a system of mound building that occurred and specific types of mound building. Spiral mound building was a very specific time in mound culture. And where I live, there were a few mound complexes built, an underground building, like they call it an earth lodge, but it's essentially just like an underground hut. And and a spiral mound, so like a mound to the god that's supposed to represent the passage of time, were built here where I live. And that is a mark of a specific point in the Mississippian culture. And whenever English people made it here,
I think that's the spiral probably represented the same to them as that the weird maze for the Hopis out here. That maze where you track back and forth and round and end up at the center of it. That is probably the same thing.
Yeah. And that culture that came and went before the population that eventually had this land when colonizers arrived. They didn't know what those people were about, what they were worshiping, their gods' names, or anything like that. They just recognized that culture existed and respected those places. The native Creek and Muskogee people would not use the Temple Mound area. They would not venture upon it. They wouldn't practice.
No, it was somebody else's burial spot, maybe, or whatever.
Yeah, they respected it and stayed away from it.
They didn't want nobody trampling theirs. I mean,
yeah, exactly. And so our where I lived, like the fort that sprung up next to that Mississippian complex, it literally sprouted up right next to it. But because of that existing indigenous culture, they did not develop on it. So all of those mounds are protected, and all of those mounds have been protected since like pre-antebellum, times. I think maybe 2 mounds out of the entire complex were lost to agriculture, like people doing fields over them so many times that the mound was worn down over time or whatever. But all the other mounds are still there. Most of them were just dirt on dirt. Some of them were burial mounds. One of them was an earth lodge. A couple of them were temple complexes, so they were built like much higher than other mounds.
right.
But the majority of the mountain complexes is still intact. And that's not common across the South, but it is like where we are. So it's kind of fantastic. There's also like some old growth forests. So pre-colonization, uncut forest growth in the same area. And so when I was in Warhawk, that's where I was smoking weed. Was like in the old growth. In the old growth next to the Indian mounds.
That's our saguaro cactus forest here.
Yeah, you were telling me about that place.
Yeah, that's our old growth forest.
That sounds so magical.
But it is arid and dry. It is desert, but they consider it a forest because it's a forest of that plant.
The thing to me that's the most magical about that is the age of the plant.
Yeah, well, like redwoods, dude. I would love to be able to live in redwood forest, redwood park, over in California.
Absolutely.
That they're just, oh my God, the grandeur.
Sequoia National Forest, yeah.
Yeah.
To the plants and the species that depend on them there.
Man, there's some pine trees up where my grandma lived in Oregon. Just one of the great big ones in her yard was just huge. It was amazing.
Actually, had a friend in the past few years who moved out to Washington, and she moved into there's cloud rainforests in Washington, and she moved there. She was in Canada originally, and then here in Georgia, which is like humid, hot, swamp, and then she moved out to Washington, and so she's been there maybe 5 years now, and the whole time she's been there, she's been sending us the most breathtaking photography of the forest there, the moss there, like the waterways, the whales. Like she's just living her best life in the Northwest.
Yeah. My
She's
grandma
trying to convince us to move there.
lived in Silverton, Oregon, which is in the Cascades, and they're right near Silverton. There's Silver Falls, which is kind of a pretty famous park in the area there. It's a national park, but it has like 7 major waterfalls. Not like the fucking one up in the northwest corner. Not like, what's it called? Up there where Hammy lives. Niagara. Yeah, it's not like Niagara, but there's 7. What I mean by great big is how tall they are.
Yeah.
It's a small enough stream coming off of the cliff, but it's a great big
height.
fall.
Yeah.
And it lands in a pretty good pool of water before it runs on. So it makes a nice little oasis coming down off of a cliff above it, kind of thing, you know. And there's 7 major waterfalls and a whole bunch of trickly rock grottos and all kinds of shit there. It's pretty neat.
She sends me photography that's just breathtaking, but I don't know. I've lived in a lot of places in the States. I don't know if I could trade. Like the Southeast is hot, right? There's like bugs and frogs and shit, and bears and dogs, and all kinds of reasons why you shouldn't be in the woods. Gators. But I don't know if I could trade it. Like where she is, it looks magical and everything.
But there's dangerous shit in the woods there too. There's big bears in the woods there.
Right. Could you imagine a fucking moose running up?
A moose or a grizzly bear.
A
true grizzly, not a brown bear, you know.
An angry grizzly or a badger.
Yeah, a hungry grizzly. He's going to eat you.
Right.
You know.
And here, when you get lost in the woods, like the woods are only so tall, so if you close to a city, you can see the limelight and walk towards the city. But there, the woods are like very tall, and so there's parts of the woods you can be in where you can't see the sky at night. You know, you're not being able to find your way around because you're in the great forest or whatever. I don't know.
There are places here that are desolate enough, far enough away from the cities that you can get out in, and even if you can see the sky, all you can do is navigate by stars, but all you got is mountains around you. But it's barren.
Yeah.
Other than that.
And here you can get out in like flat areas where you can navigate by the stars, but the forest is not. Even if you're in the mountains here, the forest isn't too tall. And I don't know how to explain that to people who haven't traveled West Coast, East Coast, but Southeast Coast, our trees only grow like max 150 feet tall, maybe 200 feet tall for the biggest goddamn tree we got. I mean, you can Google it. I guarantee you the tallest tree in Georgia ain't too much taller than 200 feet.
Well, the oldest one's an oak tree, isn't it?
I don't know. I'd have to Google it myself.
I think I heard a story one time that it's one of the oldest trees in America is an oak tree in Georgia or something like that.
We actually have a few, and there's a few trees that only exist in Georgia, but they're just not any of them very tall because of our soil type here. But where she is in the Northwest, there's 300-foot tall trees.
Yeah.
A couple 300-foot tall trees will block your view, bitch.
Yep, absolutely.
Suddenly you can't see the sky.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, what is a compass and a star map if you can't see the stars? It's just like it's a different forest type altogether.
Oh yeah. I've been in the blackout in the night of the woods in the Cascades. It is a different kind of experience than being And like even in the desert out here, what we call the blackout, you get out in the desert on the new moon when there's no moon, and you go try to walk around with no lights. You can't see a fucking thing, you know.
Right.
But there ain't nothing like that blackout that's in that rainforest in the northwest. The canopy is truly dense.
Exactly. It's just like it's a whole different experience. And it's a beautiful place. Beautiful place. But I don't know. I just love the South so much. I love the familiarity of it. I know all my species here. I know what to expect.
There's a bunch of places I'd love to live just to live in the uniqueness of them and stuff like that. But I can tell you this, Arizona born and raised, I can't handle the winter anywhere else.
I never thought that would be the thing about me, but this year I've been listening to people all over the fucking tubes complain about their winters, and I actually think I have learned I cannot handle snow. Like
Yeah,
I
or
think
dude, I could be a snowbird. I could really be a snowbird. I could go during the summer. I could run off up to Oregon and enjoy living up
right,
there for 3 months during the heat of the summer and coming back home. But I don't want to live up there in the dead of winter
same.
because I stayed a winter a couple of like a month up there in winter one time at my grandma's house, and I thought I was going to die, dude. I thought
Like
it was that cold.
I want to experience midsummer in Michigan. I want to know what that looks like. I want to know what that feels like. I
Mm,
want I want to see that. But because here midsummer is flat sweat, oppressive heat, bugs, like mosquitoes the size of your dog, um, you know, barbecues, electrical outages. Like the heat is just so intense here that that shit you can't leave. But
You can
I want
make
to experience midsummer in other places.
you can
But
make very pleasant midsummers in the middle of the night here, but you can't really do daytime midsummer shit here because it's just oppressively hot.
same here. Camping is something we do a lot during the spring and the fall, but there is a point during the summer where it's just you can't even sleep outside at night because it's so damn hot. It's like 98
Yeah,
degrees in the middle of the night, so
yep.
you can't sleep outside.
I have seen nights here in Arizona where it did not go below 100 at night.
Yeah, absolutely. Same here. So camping sometimes in the middle of summer is not an option here.
You know,
I've done it, regrettably. There was one night, it was 98 degrees outside, and me and three of my best lesbians went to sleep in a river. We were laying on the edge of the river, and all of us from like mid chest down were in the river drinking. Like we drank ourselves to sleep. We were like bodies interlocked on the edge of the river, and we slept there until sunrise. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning when we got up and got out of the goddamn river. But it was just so hot all night that we slept in the edge of the fucking river. Anything could have swam up in us. We could have got eat on the edge of the river, but that's how hot it was. And we were
bladder
sitting on
eating
the side of
amoebas.
yeah, we were sitting on
Yeah.
the side of the Flint River, not giving a good goddamn. And actually, it's one of my favorite memories. Like I remember waking up drunk on the side of the river with them, peeling myself off the side of the river, and not being mad about it. Like I remember it so fondly. Like I could not believe we had just spent the night sleeping on the edge of the river and didn't get eaten by a gator or like a redneck or anything like that.
Yeah, having the hills have eyes come out of the bushes at you.
Right. Yeah. A rabid dog, a bobcat, any other things, a flesh eating bacteria. We survived it all. And where we were was very far from the city. So I remember us like laying back looking at the stars, and it was very hot, except that we were in the river. So the parts of us that were in the river were like cool and relaxed, but everywhere outside of that was just like hot and skeeters and stars, and we passed out there, and it was beautiful. I'd do it again. I would absolutely do that again. That seems like risky business. Like everything that comes naturally to me would be like, please don't drink yourself to sleep on the side of a river. What if they open a dam and they change the river level? What if there is a flash flood? but
Mm.
it was one of the best nights of my life. It was a great night. We did pull ourselves out the river and go erect a tent and camp out that night right there next to the river. Erecting the tent was more than a struggle. When we woke up, it was like 85 degrees outside at 6:30 in the morning. Like immediately too goddamn hot in the tent, but it was still a good night.
Oh.
Jesse?
I'm here. What? I wasn't even paying attention. Honestly, I'm looking into something else that happened. Sorry.
What happened?
Oh.
Oh my god, you already know it's stupid shit. Crazy ridiculousness.
Well, I'm about to go look at the food heating up in the kitchen. I'll be right back, y'all.
Mm-hmm. Basically, somebody keeps responding to somebody else's stupid stuff. People keep commenting, people keep commenting stupid stuff, and he makes a video and responds every time,
Yeah. Yeah.
Some people are like that, I guess.
This is the river that's called Upside Down River. This is where the one of the places where the water comes out up above the sand. We go lay. I've passed out drunk in this river, laying in it.
Hold on 1 second, I glitched out. Where? Oh, yeah.
What the thing to be scared about passing out in this river is, see all these holes in the mud here?
Yeah.
That's where cows been walking. You don't want to get stepped on by a cow in the dark, doesn't see you. You know what I mean?
That'd be nuts.
Uh-huh. It's a beautiful place. Little goldfishes and tadpoles and frogs all in it, and
That is pretty looking.
but that's as deep as it gets. That is a mesquite tree,
Nice.
but they don't get that big out in the desert. That's like at the deepest spots, it's like 4 inches deep, ankle deep,
Hmm.
But on down, there's washes that run down. The gold mine is over to, this runs basically, you're looking south right here, going that
Yeah.
way down the river is looking south, and off to the west is where the big mine was, and where the washes run down, where all the mercury was in it. All these trees and shit just end where those washes are, and it's just like barren.
Huh.
It's from all the mercury at the mine.
Weird.
That's looking north up the river.
Is this a video that you did?
Yeah, that's one of my videos.
That's what's up, though.
It must be, that's the last picture. That's a lot of cow prints there, walking in the mud and shit. But if you go well enough, there's a fence right up there, And on the other side of that fence is the Hacienda River Preserve. And they keep a lot of like protected species of birds and all kinds of shit up in there. But this part, the ranchers can let their cows just walk up and down and eat and drink all they want.
That'd be
The
cool to see
rancher,
though.
the ranchers that lease that parcel of straight trust land.
And you can go down there anytime.
Yeah, I can go right here anytime I want to go and lay in that water, play in it, whatever.
And it's clean enough for you to do that?
Yeah, it's running river. That's running right there, and there's much more water running under the sand.
Right.
Under the sand, it's being filtered through the sand.
So you don't sink down like quicksand in it?
There's quicksand way up in what we call Box Canyon, which is the Berg in this river, way up north in the river. There's quicksand in it, yes. But at this area, no. I've never seen any.
My big ass would sink, I know it.
No.
No,
This
really,
is
we have places like that where it's really shallow, but imagine a whole lake being shallow like that for like at least a mile, and you got to walk a mile to get to the good deep water. And then when you get deep enough, it gets cold by the time you get deep enough, you know?
Yeah. See, this is a video I posted in 2016. It's called The Party Cave. This is a cave when I was a teenager. We used to go have parties right in it. See that rocks right there? That's where we build the fire, and that up there is from our smoke from our fires. That's me standing up in the cave.
Huh.
And that's me following the little mining vein that went up in the back corner of the cave where they mined the gold. That's what it was a gold mine. And that's where the vein ran. Pretty trippy, huh?
Yeah. Pretty cool. You didn't find no gold?
I didn't find. But there's little dugouts all over the mountain where they followed little patches of shit. The whole mountain has pock marks in it.
That mountain looks gold right there.
That's some sort of lichen growing on the rocks, like a weird desert moss. See?
Yeah.
That's it up close.
Huh.
That's the desert moss right there. It's a weird desert lichen.
Weird.
That's looking down towards the city right there. The city's off over this way.
Are these pictures or videos?
It's a video. This is.
Ah.
Yeah. This used to be desolate. This was all dirt roads, and you couldn't get all the way back in here when I was a teenager. Now the houses come right up near where I'm going.
That's pretty wild. That'd be cool to see the update of it compared. See how different it looks. Hey, you look different in your video.
Well, that was 2016. I could move a lot better back then too.
And how old did you say you are now?
I'm 50.
Ah. It is a lot of work and strength to do all that hiking and fucking Going up mountains and shit.
Uh,
I don't like to sweat though. I don't like being in that heat. I could never make it out there.
that's one of the washes running. What
Huh.
we call a wash. It's a little riverbed that only runs when it rains. Go across the street to the other side of the bridge. Coming out the other side.
Weird. Maybe I've
Please
seen
like.
like, comment, and subscribe.
Yeah.
Too funny.
Oh, beautiful bridge. This I explored an old farm way out in the middle of the desert that I'm not driving in the desert. Yeah, but this is just one of my playlists. Where am I going?
We're all
See,
going
I got
crazy.
that was this is Let's Explore. That was Let's Explore. This is this one that does all these up here. I have Desert Drive, which is I film drives that I do on trails in the desert, like 4x4 trails. And see, this is episode 21, 22, 23. So I've done a lot of trails out there. But what is it? White Wing Trail? White Wing Trail's pretty cool. Scorpion's Tail is a steep. My daughter said she keeps her mouth shut, but it scares her, is what she told me.
Yeah, this just makes me want to go edit videos.
Yeah,
I've been
I've
procrastinating.
got a lot of videos on my main channel, but I haven't posted any in a long time. I have a bunch recorded that just need to be edited. I've just been lazy.
That's what I'm saying.
But
I
I call these Desert Drive. Obvious reason. But check it out. It's steep on either side of the trail right here.
You know, I watched my friend a couple months ago. He lives in like Colorado, so it's kind of similar, like, you know, desert like, but they got lots of mountains and craziness, you know. And he was driving on these
Yeah.
weird ass trails that looked like you could fall off the side of the mountain in a
Yep.
big ass truck.
Now I'm down in the sand of the Hacienda River again. This is below where the the trees are died off. When I pull
Have you
up to
ever-
a stop up here, this isn't right here. This is the river bottom below where the gold mine runs into it. That's what
Have
it
you ever
looks
cut
like
it-
down here. What's that?
Have you ever cut open a cactus?
Yeah. The ones if you're thirsty out in the desert, the ones you want to cut open are called a barrel cactus. Let me go. You can't hear that, can you?
I don't think so, no.
Today we're going to be talking about surviving thirst. Dehydration is
Yeah,
exactly
there you go.
what is going to get lost in the desert. Staying hydrated is your number one priority. Here in the Sonoran Desert, that's our front desert, our front yard right there. The land itself is quite dry. The water table for drilling a well can be thousands of feet. You're probably not going to dig yourself to water unless you're in the Hassayampa River bottom. So what you're going to be looking for are the succulent water-bearing plants.
Huh.
There are 3 very edible plants that I want to tell you about that will save your life in the Arizona desert. What do you think? I'm being informative.
All right.
These are various members of 2 genera.
And you chopped this open in this video?
No, that's a cactus in my yard. North America.
Oh.
Barrel cactus was Leslie, which is what our barrel cactus here is, has fishhook needles, as you can see. Don't confuse the barrel cactus with young saguaro, though. Saguaros are a protected species cactus. One easy way to tell the difference is that a young saguaro will have straight needles instead of hooked ones. My daughter has been eating the fruit and seeds of this very cactus for years. She says she likes the taste of it. Echinocactus grusoni, a more round barrel cactus, has a variety of colorful needles. They are also hooked, but not quite as pronounced. So what you'll
Well,
want
what
to
the
do
hell does the fruit look like? You just said fruit comes off of that?
put the insides of it. There's little yellow fruits right on top of that barrel cactus I'm standing next to there. That I can think of is eating watermelon rind. Optunia, or prickly pear, is a genus in the cactus family Cactaceae. The most common culinary species is the Indian fig Optunia. Most culinary uses of the term prickly pear refer to this species. All are edible, but don't confuse them with the beaver tail. The prickly pear are all flat-petaled with long, straight spikes. Beaver tail have only small, fuzzy needles and are not for eating. And if you catch the prickly pear in bloom, then you're in for a treat.
Is that the same Vader shirt you were wearing the other day?
That's the same shirt. Yucca is that's the same shirt. And trees in the family Asparagaceae, subfamily Agavidae. Its 40 or 50 species are notable for their rosettes of evergreen, tough sword-shaped leaves, and large terminal pinnacles of white or whitish flowers. With the yucca, you'll probably want to stick with the fresh young part of the plant or the fruit. The rest of the plant is way too fibrous, but it is edible. With a 4th place finish is the teddy bear cholla. While it is a water-bearing succulent cactus, it is not the easiest thing to consume. I'll be doing a closer detailing of it in a future video. Well, thanks for taking the time out of your day to watch my video. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like.
That was a cool video. Informative.
My channel. I try. Where is it? So these videos are on my Jerry Malone channel. These are videos that I get a little personal with stories in. This talks about my car crash I was in. This one tells a motorcycle crash I witnessed when I was 10 years old. This one talks about the volunteering that I do some, which is what these other two videos are about, but they're by the people that I volunteer with, Valley of the Sun United Way. That's what VSUW is. They kind of embarrassed me. They kind of put me out on Front Street and embarrassed me by advertising me. They put this on their
Today
website.
on United, meet Jerry Malone. He's a United Way volunteer who's willing to go more than the extra mile, literally, to help.
They made a video about me.
Every month, Jerry drives to the valley from his home in Wickenburg, a 160-mile trip to help people experiencing homelessness through United Way's Project Connect.
It's a pretty long drive, but it is definitely worth it.
Through Project Connect, individuals and families experiencing homelessness or at the risk of homelessness access health and human services like food, clothing, housing, counseling, and job placement.
Events like this are great because we get lots of volunteers and you can match people up one-on-one to show them around and get them everything they need.
As an ambassador for the program, it's up to Jerry to match up guests with volunteers who guide individuals to the needed services.
When someone says, I got in an apartment today, that fills me up with joy. It really does.
5 years have passed since Jerry first volunteered for Project Connect, but his enthusiasm only grows.
And this was in 2015. When I originally did it, I just showed up and said, hey, I want to volunteer, and they signed me up right at the volunteer table. That was my first time, and I've been coming back ever since.
Jerry Malone is a volunteer with a big heart and a laugh to match.
I feel like it's important to be doing something to make the world a better place. I just get a lot of joy out of being in service. I love doing it. I feel retarded for showing this.
That's awesome, though. That's fucking cool.
Thank you for living United, and check us out on Facebook.
I wouldn't show it to nobody else at my channel, but I think it's cool that you shared it with me.
Well, I mean, I have it in a playlist, though. But see, those are other channels, some of my other channels right there. I don't do nothing with this. But
and what are all of them? I can't really see what they say. What are all of them?
This one is not. These aren't. These two are my daughter, and this one is my niece. This one is the United Way, and these two are me. This one is my Jerry Malone channel, and this one says Evil Deeds Productions.
Oh, I see it now.
My main channel is Bugsy's Evil Deeds. The Bugsy Malone is my Grow channel.
Oh.
I keep them separate.
I see you like pink. That bright pink lettering at the top.
Well, I tried different colors, and that was the only one that would stand out.
Yeah. I think it looks cool.
The purple edge is if you see any videos with a purple edge, they're all Desert Drive. If you see them with the blue edge, they're all Whitman Wildlife. If you see them with a yellow edge, they're Arizona Nature. Green edge is Let Me Tell You Something, which is like a vlog.
Huh. That's cool, though.
And obviously survival tips are survival tips.
Yeah, what's the red one? I don't think you said what red was.
That's my channel trailer.
Ah. No.
Hi everybody, I'm Bugsy. Welcome to my channel, Bugsy's Evil Bees. I like to take you into the desert to explore with me. That'll be my show, Let's Explore. I like to showcase trails that I like, and that'll be Desert Drive. Then there's Let Me Tell You Something. Those are my rambling and venting videos. I'm sure there will be some rage videos here too, sooner or later. If you're interested in hearing me talk about things that have affected me on a more personal level, then you're welcome to visit my other channel to watch my vlog.
Those
If
are
you
the
have
ones
any
about the car
questions,
crash and
comments,
stuff.
or suggestions, they are all welcome in the comment section. I'm also up for hearing from you about any business or collaboration ideas. If you think that my production value has gone up, but I still have more to learn, then hit that thumbs up for me. If you're new to my channel and want to explore the Arizona desert with me, then hit that subscribe button. Once again, thanks for checking out my channel. I look forward to exploring the world with you. Bugsy out.
That's loud.
When is the last time you uploaded a video on this channel?
Well, hang on. Let me. It's been a little while. It's
You can click the thing and look at your videos, and it'll tell you.
yeah.
You know, click your channel right there.
Yeah, I know. I know how to get there for that, but like go down to uploads. Uploads. That was streamed 2 weeks ago. This video game was 4 months ago.
Ah.
6 months ago for a desert drive. 6 months ago, I did a test and my buddy popped up, and so we talked.
Well, hop on it. Get back in it, man.
No, I want to get back. See, here comes the problem. These are the videos I really like doing. This is the most recent one, streamed a year ago, and that's just me sitting in the yard filming some birds and morning sparrows. This is a little informational video about a desert tortoise that I found out in the desert. There's a roadkill bull snake. These are a family of hawks that live up on top of that tower. This is a stupid video I made of me cutting my hair a couple of years ago, 2 years ago.
Well, Bugsy, you know, it's like 3:30 in the morning over here.
Yeah, it's 1:30 here, so yeah, it's late.
About my time.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks for having me, man.
The pleasure's been all mine. Thank you for coming up.
For real. It's been an awesome stream. I don't
Right
know
on.
where the hell Azel went.
I know.
Fucker got lost in his food.
Yeah.
You have a good night, man.
Yeah,
Cheers.
you too. Cheers.
Cheers.
Have a good night, Azel. Have a good night, everybody else. Y'all have a good one. Peace.